Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers, to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. The story revolved around Alex, who accidentally discovers a strange antique mirror that leads to terrifying supernatural experiences. Initially, Alex is haunted by a dark entity through the mirror, with the help of their best friend Sarah and Mrs. Albright, a woman knowledgeable in spiritual matters. Alex gradually learns to cope with and control their psychic abilities, while also uncovering the dark history of the mirror. After defeating the dark entity, Alex establishes a strange connection with a benevolent light entity from another dimension. This connection grows stronger, leading to special dreams and communication experiences. Alex and Sarah try to help a light entity when it encounters trouble in its own dimension, even merging consciousness to fight ancient dark forces. After the battle, the connection persists, though not as strong as before. Alex faces a decision of whether or not to step through the interdimensional doorway to the light entity's world, but ultimately chooses to stay in their own life with their loved ones. Nevertheless, the door remains ajar, and the connection continues to simmer. Toward the end of their life, Alex passes away, but the strange energies and connections linger in the apartment, and objects like the mirror and the amulet. The story concludes with the arrival of Chloe, Alex's niece, who inherits the apartment. When Chloe holds the amulet and looks into the mirror, the strange echoes begin to awaken, indicating a new resonance is beginning, hinting at a new chapter in the journey of exploring the mysteries. Story 1. The antique mirror's reflection. Life, for the most part, had settled into a rhythm that suited me. The demanding deadlines and creative challenges of architectural design kept my mind sharp and my days full. My evenings were my own, a time for quiet contemplation, catching up with friends online, or simply enjoying the peaceful sanctuary of my apartment. It wasn't a life of wild excitement, but it was mine, and I had carefully curated a sense of contentment within its walls. That contentment, however, was about to be subtly, then violently, fractured by an event as mundane as a phone call. The notification tone of my phone sliced through the afternoon quiet. I glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Usually, I let these go to voicemail, but something, perhaps a flicker of intuition or simply boredom, compelled me to answer. "Hello," I said, my voice carrying a hint of my absorbed concentration. A hesitant voice on the other end introduced themselves as a representative from a probate law firm. They informed me, with a tone that suggested both formality and a touch of practiced sympathy, that my maternal grandmother, Eleanor Vance, had passed away. Eleanor. The name felt distant, almost like a character from a story I had once read. My relationship with her had been minimal, a handful of stilted holiday visits during my childhood, fading into infrequent, obligatory phone calls as I grew older. She had always been a figure shrouded in a certain quiet mystery, living a solitary life in a rural town I had only visited those few times. The lawyer explained that I was the sole surviving relative and the inheritor of her estate, a house and its contents. A wave of unexpected emotions washed over me, a flicker of sadness for a life I hadn't truly known, a surge of responsibility for a situation I hadn't anticipated, and an undeniable thread of curiosity about the world my grandmother had inhabited in her final years. After a few more logistical details were exchanged, the call ended, leaving me standing in the middle of my sun-drenched living room. The normalcy of my afternoon irrevocably altered. The city sounds drifting in through the windows suddenly seemed muted, overshadowed by the weight of this unexpected inheritance. A week later, I found myself driving down winding country roads, the landscape shifting from familiar urban sprawl to rolling green hills and dense patches of woodland. The air felt different here, cleaner, quieter, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. As I finally reached the town my grandmother had called home, a sense of stepping back in time washed over me. The houses were older, the pace slower, and a profound stillness seemed to hang in the air. The house itself was a two-story Victorian, its once white paint now faded and peeling, giving it a slightly melancholic air. Vines snaked up the porch columns, and the windows seemed like dark, unblinking eyes staring out at the overgrown yard. A heavy sense of neglect permeated the property, a silence more profound than the quiet of the countryside. It felt as though time had simply stopped here. Stepping inside was like entering a museum frozen in the past. Dust lay thick on every surface, covering ornate, dark-wood furniture draped in white sheets like ghostly figures. The air was heavy with the scent of aged paper and something else I couldn't quite place, a faint, almost metallic undertone. Over the next few days, I began the arduous task of sorting through my grandmother's belongings. Each object seemed to whisper stories of a life lived largely in solitude. Stacks of well-worn books, collections of antique china, faded photographs of people I didn't recognize. The process was both tedious and strangely intimate, offering fleeting glimpses into the woman I had barely known. It was in the master bedroom, tucked away in a corner and almost hidden behind a heavy wardrobe, that I found the antique mirror. It stood propped against the wall, its size striking. The frame was crafted from dark, intricately carved wood, the details depicting swirling vines and grotesque, almost gargoyle-like figures. The glass itself was large, its surface slightly clouded with age, giving reflections a soft, almost ethereal quality. It exuded a strange, captivating beauty, a sense of something old and imbued with secrets. As I gazed into its depths, my own reflection seemed distant, almost dreamlike. There was a subtle pull, an inexplicable fascination that drew me to it. Despite the slightly unsettling aura it possessed, I felt a strange connection to it, a sense of its unique history. Amidst the mundane practicality of sorting through dusty furniture and forgotten trinkets, the mirror stood out as something special, something with character. The thought of leaving it behind in this silent, decaying house felt wrong. It was a tangible link to my grandmother, a piece of her life that had survived the passage of time. And, if I was being honest with myself, its unusual beauty and mysterious charm had also captivated me. So, after carefully wrapping it in an old blanket, I decided to take the antique mirror back to my apartment, envisioning it as a unique and intriguing addition to my carefully curated space. The drive back to the city felt different with the mirror secured in the back of my car. It was as if I was carrying more than just an object. There was a weight to it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Back in my apartment, I found the perfect spot for it. The far wall of my bedroom, opposite the foot of my bed. Its dark frame provided a stark contrast to the light-colored walls, and its age reflection added a touch of antique elegance to the modern space. That first night, with the antique mirror hanging silently in my bedroom, I experienced something that would shatter the comfortable rhythm of my life. I drifted off to sleep, the city sounds of distant hum beyond my window. Then, the transition began, that terrifying slide from wakefulness into paralysis. It wasn't a dream at first, just a heavy, suffocating pressure on my chest, a feeling of being utterly trapped within my own body. I tried to move, to cry out, but my limbs remained leaden, my voice trapped in my throat. Panic swelled as the sensation intensified. It felt as though an immense weight was pressing down on me, stealing my breath. My eyes fluttered open, and in the dim light filtering through my blinds, I saw it, a shadow. It wasn't a defined shape, more like a patch of deeper darkness coalescing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, indistinct, but radiated a palpable sense of cold, malevolent presence. Fear, primal and absolute, gripped me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating stillness. I strained my eyes, trying to make out any features in the shadow, but it remained stubbornly formless, a void in the already dim light. Then, a fleeting image flickered within the darkness, a distorted, elongated face, its features twisted in what seemed like silent rage. The terror was so profound it felt as though my mind was fracturing. Just as I thought I would succumb to the crushing pressure and the sheer dread of the presence before me, The paralysis began to recede. Slowly, agonizingly, feeling return to my limbs, and the suffocating weight lifted. I gasped for air, my body slick with a cold sweat, my eyes still fixed on the space where the shadow had been. It was gone. Shaking uncontrollably, I sat up in bed, my mind reeling. Had it been a dream? A particularly vivid and terrifying nightmare brought on by the stress of the past few days? I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation for the suffocating paralysis and the chilling apparition. But deep down, a seed of unease had been planted, a cold certainty that what I had experienced was more than just a bad dream. I glanced at the antique mirror hanging silently on the opposite wall, its aged surface reflecting the faint moonlight, and a shiver traced its way down my spine. The comfortable rhythm of my life had been broken, and a disquieting new melody had begun to play. Story 2. The shadow's reflection deepens. The morning light did little to dispel the lingering dread from the night before. The memory of the suffocating pressure and the formless shadow at the foot of my bed clung to me like a persistent chill. I tried to convince myself it had been just a nightmare, a trick of my mind fueled by stress and the unfamiliar atmosphere of my grandmother's house and its strange contents. But the sheer visceral terror of it, the feeling of a malevolent presence, felt too real to dismiss so easily. As I went about my morning routine, a sense of unease settled over me. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of shadow in the periphery of my vision, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I found myself avoiding my bedroom, the place that had always been my sanctuary, now feeling tainted, haunted by the memory of the night. Later that day, despite my apprehension, I had to go back into the bedroom to get dressed for work. My gaze involuntarily drifted toward the antique mirror hanging on the wall in the bright daylight. It seemed less menacing, its aged surface reflecting the familiar objects in the room. I stared at my own reflection, searching for any sign of the terror I had felt the night before. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a subtle flicker of darkness behind my image, a shadow that wasn't quite my own. But when I blinked and focused, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if my mind was playing tricks on me. That night, I was determined to have a normal, uneventful sleep. I made sure to eat a light dinner, avoided caffeine, and even tried listening to a calming meditation app before bed. But as soon as I turned off the lights and settled under the covers, a familiar wave of anxiety washed over me. The darkness in the room felt heavier, more oppressive than usual. It wasn't long before the telltale signs began. The growing pressure on my chest, the leaden weight in my limbs. The terrifying slide into sleep paralysis had begun again. This time, however, I was bracing myself. I fought against paralysis, straining every muscle, trying to break free from its suffocating grip. My eyes snapped open, and in the dim moonlight filtering through the window, the shadow was there again at the foot of my bed. It seemed slightly more defined this time, taller and more solid. I could almost discern the outline of broad shoulders and a long, cloaked figure. The feeling of intense, cold hostility emanating from it was almost a physical presence in the room. This time, I focused all my will, all my fear, into trying to move my eyes. Slowly, agonizingly, I managed to shift my gaze from the looming shadow to the antique mirror hanging on the opposite wall. And what I saw reflected in its aged surface sent a fresh wave of terror crashing through me. In the mirror, the shadow at the foot of my bed was not alone. Standing beside it, partially obscured by its bulk, was another figure. This one was smaller, more hunched, and seemed to be connected to the larger shadow in some way. It was difficult to make out details, but there was a sense of a twisted, almost parasitic relationship between the two. As I stared, transfixed by the horrified reflection, the larger shadow seemed to turn its head, as if sensing my gaze. Even without discernible features, I felt its attention lock onto me, a cold, piercing focus that felt like a physical touch. The pressure on my chest intensified, and a faint, chilling whisper seemed to brush against my ear, a sound just beyond the threshold of comprehension. Then, As suddenly as it began, the paralysis receded. I gasped for air, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I scrambled to sit up, my eyes darting between the foot of the bed and the silent mirror on the wall. The shadows were gone. The room was still. Only the lingering residue of terror remained. This second encounter solidified my growing suspicion. The antique mirror was somehow involved. The fact that the reflection showed something more, something connected to the primary shadow, was deeply unsettling. It wasn't just a nightmare. Something was in my room, something drawn to the mirror, and it was feeding on my sleep, on my fear. The next day at work, I found it difficult to concentrate. The images from the night haunted me, replaying in my mind's eye with relentless clarity. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even in the crowded office. Every darkened corner, every unexpected shadow made me flinch. During my lunch break, I found myself researching sleep paralysis online again, this time with a more specific focus on the possibility of external factors. While most articles attributed it to stress, sleep deprivation, or underlying medical conditions, I stumbled upon a few obscure forums and websites discussing phenomenon in relation to paranormal activity, to objects imbued with negative energy. Skepticism warred with the undeniable terror of my experiences. I was a rational person, an architect grounded in logic and design. The idea of ghosts or supernatural entities felt absurd. Yet, what other explanation could there be for the recurring paralysis and the increasingly tangible presence of the shadow? That evening, I decided to take action. I couldn't simply live in fear in my own home. I carefully took the antique mirror down from the wall. As I held it, I felt a faint coolness emanating from the glass, a subtle vibration in the wooden frame. It was a disconcerting sensation, reinforcing my growing unease. I leaned the mirror against the wall in my living room, away from my bed. That night, I slept with the lights on, a childish act born of genuine fear. And for the first time since bringing the mirror home, I slept through the night without an episode of sleep paralysis. The relief I felt the next morning was immense, but it was also tinged with a growing sense of dread. The absence of the night terrors seemed to confirm my suspicion about the mirror. But if the mirror was the trigger, what exactly was it triggering? What was the shadow, and why was it connected to this antique object? My curiosity, the same curiosity that had led me to bring the mirror home in the first place, now took a darker turn. I needed answers. I needed to understand the history of this mirror, its origins, and any secrets it might hold. The comfortable rhythm of my life was gone, replaced by a compelling, terrifying need to unravel the mystery of the shadowed souvenir that now stood silently in my living room. The next step was clear. I had to delve into the past, to trace the origins of this unsettling object, and hope to find a way to reclaim the piece that had been so abruptly stolen. The internet searches and vague historical mentions were not enough. I needed something more concrete, something tangible that could shed light on the mirror's dark influence. And that's when I remember my friend, Sarah. Sarah worked as a research assistant at the local historical society. If anyone could help me dig up information about an old antique, especially one with a potentially local connection, given its origin from my grandmother's estate, it would be her. The thought of sharing my terrifying experiences felt vulnerable, almost embarrassing, but the alternative, living in fear and ignorance, was far more unbearable. I picked up my phone, my finger hovering over Sarah's contact, a mix of hope and trepidation swirling within me. This was the first step into the unknown, a step that felt both necessary and deeply unsettling. Story 3, Whispers of the Past. So, let me get this straight, Sarah said, her brow furrowed with concern as she stirred her latte. You brought this old mirror back from your grandmother's house, and ever since then, you've been having these sleep paralysis episodes? And you're seeing a shadow? I nodded, the memory of the looming darkness still sending a shiver down my spine, despite the bright, bustling atmosphere of the coffee shop. It's not just a regular nightmare, Sarah. It feels real. And the second time in the mirror, I saw something else. smaller, connected to the main shadow. It was horrifying. Sarah reached across the table and placed her hand over mine, her touch grounding. Alex, I'm worried about you. This sounds incredibly stressful. Have you considered talking to a doctor? Maybe this is related to anxiety or sleep deprivation. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I thought about that, believe me, but it only started after I brought the mirror home. And the night I moved out of my bedroom, I slept fine. It feels connected to the mirror, Sarah. I know it sounds crazy. Sarah didn't dismiss my concerns outright, which I appreciated. She knew I wasn't prone to flights of fancy. Okay, she said thoughtfully. Let's entertain the possibility that there's something unusual going on with this mirror. You said it might have a local connection. Given it came from your grandmother's estate? Yeah, I replied, a flicker of hope igniting within me. That's where you come in. You work at the Historical Society, right? Do you think you could look into the history of the Vance family? Maybe the mirror belonged to them, and there's some story attached to it. Sarah leaned back in her chair, considering. I can definitely try. The Vance family was one of the older families in the area. There might be some records, old newspaper articles, maybe even some family histories tucked away in the archives. It'll take some digging, but I'm willing to help. A wave of relief washed over me. Having Sarah's support and her access to historical resources felt like a crucial first step. Thank you, Sarah. I don't know what I'd do without you. Don't mention it, she said with a reassuring smile. We'll figure this out. In the meantime, keep the mirror out of your bedroom, okay? Let's see if the sleep paralysis stays away. True to her word, Sarah began her research the next day. I tried to focus on my work, but the unsettling events of the past few nights kept intruding on my thoughts. The image of the two shadows in the mirror was particularly persistent, a chilling reminder of the unseen presence that had invaded my life. A few days later, Sarah called me, her voice tinged with mixture of excitement and something else, a hint of unease. Alex, I found something. It might be connected to your mirror. We met again at the coffee shop. Sarah had brought a thick folder filled with photocopied documents, their edges yellowed and brittle. The Vance family, she began, laying out the papers on the table. They were quite prominent here in the late 19th century, owned a lot of land, involved in local politics. But then, things started to go wrong. She pointed to a faded newspaper article from 1888. The headline read, Tragic Disappearance of the Vance Family. The article detailed the sudden and unexplained vanishing of the entire family. Lord Ashworth Vance, his wife Eleanor, my namesake, I realized with a jolt, and their two young children. Their grand estate had been found deserted, with no signs of struggle or any indication of where they might have gone. There were rumors, of course, Sarah continued, her voice low. Whispers of strange occurrences at the Vance Manor before they disappeared. Servants claimed to hear strange noises, see shadows moving in the hallways, and feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Some even spoke of Lord Vance becoming obsessed with collecting unusual artifacts. She then showed me a passage from a local historical journal written decades after the Vance family's disappearance. It mentioned a specific artifact Lord Vance had acquired shortly before the family vanished. A large, antique looking glass, said to possess a frame of grotesque carvings and a surface that seemed to hold the shadows within. The description sent a cold shiver down my spine. It sounded exactly like my mirror. The journal also mentioned a local legend, Sarah said, her eyes meeting mine with a serious expression. A tale of a vessel, an object used to contain a malevolent entity. It was said that this entity fed on fear and despair, and that it could manifest through reflections. The pieces began to fall into place, forming a terrifying picture. The antique mirror, Lord Vance's obsession, the strange occurrences at the manor, the family's unexplained disappearance, the sleep paralysis, the shadow, it all seemed to point to a dark and unsettling connection. There's more, Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. She showed me a sketch in the journal, a crude drawing of a mirror frame adorned with carvings that bore a striking resemblance to the details on my mirror. Beside the sketch was a note: "The vessel must be contained, lest the shadows consume all." My mind reeled. Could this be it? Had my grandmother unknowingly kept this vessel in her house for all these years? And had I, in my ignorance, unleashed something terrible by bringing it into my home? The journal doesn't say what happened to the vessel after the Vance family disappeared, Sarah said, her gaze troubled. It just ends with this warning. A chilling thought occurred to me. What if my grandmother hadn't unknowingly kept it? What if she knew exactly what it was? Her solitary life, the air of mystery surrounding her. Could she have been trying to contain it, to keep it dormant? And by taking the mirror, had I disrupted some kind of ancient warding or protection? The weight of this realization was heavy, suffocating. The antique mirror wasn't just a decorative object. It was something far more sinister, a potential gateway to a terrifying entity. The shadows I'd seen weren't just nightmares. They were manifestations of something ancient and malevolent, drawn to the mirror and now drawn to me. "We need to find out more," I said, my voice tight with urgency. "We need to know what happened to the Vance family, what this entity is, and how to stop it." Sarah nodded, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a grim determination. "I'll keep digging. There might be more records, maybe even some local folklore that wasn't written down. We need to explore every possibility." As we left the coffee shop, the bright sunlight seemed less comforting, the bustling city less reassuring. A sense of dread had settled over me, a cold certainty that I had stumbled into something ancient and dangerous. The whispers of the past, carried to the faded pages and local legends, were growing louder, hinting at a terror that had been dormant for decades and was now stirring the reflection of an antique mirror. The journey into the history of the Vance family and the secrets held within the aged glass had just begun, and I had a sinking feeling that the answers we sought would be far more terrifying than I could possibly imagine. The thought of return to my apartment, knowing that the mirror and whatever contained was there, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. It no longer felt like a sanctuary, but a potential battleground. The comfortable anonymity of city life now seemed like a fragile shield against a darkness that had its roots in a forgotten past. I knew I couldn't face this alone. Sarah's help was invaluable, but I also felt a growing need for more specialized assistance. The legends of malevolent entities and contained vessels felt like something beyond the realm of historical research. Perhaps there were others, people who understood the darker corners of the world, who could offer guidance or protection. The thought was both terrifying and a desperate glimmer of hope in the encroaching darkness. Story 4, Seeking Shadows in the Light. The more Sarah and I delved into the fragmented history of the Vance family and the local legends surrounding their disappearance, the more unsettling the picture became. The term vessel kept appearing in hushed accounts, often associated with objects of beauty or antiquity that were said to house something other. The descriptions were vague, shrouded in superstition and fear, but the recurring motif of a mirror with grotesque carvings sent a persistent chill down my spine. "There are these old wives' tales," Sarah said, scrolling through a particularly cryptic forum post, about mirrors acting as doorways, or as prisons for spirits. Some cultures even believe that covering mirrors after someone died prevented their soul from getting trapped. "So, you think the Vance family trapped something in the mirror?" I asked, the idea both ludicrous and terrifyingly plausible given my experiences. "Or perhaps they tried to," Sarah countered, her expression thoughtful. "Maybe Lord Vance acquired it, hoping to harness some kind of power, and it backfired. The family vanished. The mirror remained waiting." The thought of a malevolent entity lying dormant within the antique glass for over a century, only to be awakened by my unwitting act of bringing it home, was deeply disturbing. The sleep paralysis, the growing presence of the shadow, the glimpse of the second connected figure in the reflection, it all pointed toward an entity that was now stirring, its influence seeping into my reality. "We need to find someone who knows about this kind of thing," I said, a sense of desperation creeping into my voice. someone who deals with the supernatural. Sarah looked at me, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Alex, are you sure about this? This is getting into territory we don't understand. Maybe we should just try to get rid of the mirror and risk whatever's inside it just going somewhere else? I argued. No, we need to understand what we're dealing with. Maybe there's a way to contain it, to send it back. After some discussion, we reluctantly agreed to explore other avenues. Sarah remembered a local bookstore owner, a quirky older woman named Mrs. Albright, who had a reputation for being knowledgeable about local folklore and the occult. It was a long shot, but we were running out of conventional explanations. The next day, we found ourselves in Mrs. Albright's dusty, dimly lit bookstore. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and dried herbs. Shelves crammed with books lined every wall, reaching up to the high ceiling, creating a labyrinthine space filled with forgotten knowledge. Mrs. Albright, with her piercing blue eyes and an air of quiet wisdom, listened intently as I recounted my experiences, occasionally nodding or asking a pointed question. When I described the antique mirror and the shadows I'd seen, a flicker of recognition crossed her face. An old mirror, you say, with unusual carvings, grotesque almost. I confirmed, a knot of anticipation tightening in my stomach. Mrs. Albright led us to a secluded corner of the store, where a small section was dedicated to local legends and the supernatural. She pulled out a thick leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. After flipping through it for a few moments, she stopped at a faded illustration. It depicted a mirror with a frame eerily similar to the one I now possessed. "The Mirror of Ashworth," she said, her voice low and resonant. "Legend says it was crafted by a reclusive artisan, a man rumored to dabble in dark arts. Lord Vance, as you discovered, acquired it. They say it became his obsession, that he would spend hours gazing into it. And the disappearance of his family?" Sarah prompted. Mrs. Albright's gaze turned somber. "The stories vary. Some say they fled in terror, driven mad by what they saw in the mirror. Others whisper of a darker fate, of sacrifices made to appease whatever resided within it." She then pointed to a passage in the book that described the entity associated with the mirror. "A shadow that feeds on fear, they say. It can manifest in moments of vulnerability, in the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, and it is said to have a tether, another presence that amplifies its power." The description of the two shadows I'd seen in the mirror sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. The tether, that smaller, hunched figure. What was its role? Mrs. Albright warned us about the dangers of the mirror, telling us that it was a focal point for negative energy, a potential conduit for something truly malevolent. She spoke of rituals to cleanse haunted objects, of ways to sever the connection to the entities that clung to them. "The most important thing," she stressed, her eyes fixed on mine, "is to not let fear consume you. That is what it feeds on. You must be strong, and you must find a way to break its hold." Leaving the bookstore, the weight of Mrs. Albright's words settled heavily upon us. The antique mirror was more than just an old object. It was a relic of a dark past, a potential prison for a terrifying entity. And the shadows that plagued my sleep were not mere nightmares, but manifestations of something ancient and hungry. The idea of performing a ritual, of confronting the supernatural directly, was daunting, but the alternative, living in fear, constantly haunted by the encroaching darkness, was unthinkable. We decided that we needed to learn more about these cleansing rituals, about the specific weaknesses of the entity tied to the Mirror of Ashworth. Sarah continued her research, focusing now on occult texts and local folklore related to banishing rituals and protective wards. I, meanwhile, tried to follow Mrs. Albright's advice, consciously fighting against the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. I kept the mirror in the living room, away from my bedroom, and tried to maintain a sense of normalcy in my daily routine, even though the unsettling presence felt like a constant undercurrent beneath the surface of my life. One evening, while Sarah was engrossed in a particularly dense book on Celtic banishing rituals, I found myself drawn to the mirror in the living room. The setting sun cast long shadows across the room, and the aged glass seemed to shimmer with inner light. As I gazed into it, my reflection seemed to waver, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw something move behind me, a flicker of darkness that vanished as quickly as it appeared. My heart pounded in my chest. The entity was still present, still watching. It hadn't been contained by simply moving the mirror. It was still tethered to it. And perhaps now it was aware that we were trying to understand it, to fight back. A new sense of urgency filled me. We were in a race against time, and the shadows were closing in. The whispers of the past had become a tangible threat in the present, and the light of day offered little comfort against the encroaching darkness that emanated from the antique mirror. The feeling of being watched intensified, not just in the liminal space of sleep, but even in the waking hours. It was a subtle shift, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a fleeting glimpse of movement in the periphery. The entity was becoming bolder, its influence stretching beyond the confines of my dreams. This growing intensity only strengthened my resolve. We couldn't afford to be passive any longer. We needed to understand the rules of this terrifying game, the weaknesses of our unseen adversary, and the methods to banish it back to whatever dark realm it had emerged from. The research into cleansing rituals and protective wards became our primary focus, a desperate attempt to arm ourselves against a foe we couldn't see but could certainly feel. The antique mirror, sitting silently in my living room, was a constant, chilling reminder of the stakes. It was no longer just an object of curiosity, but a focal point of a terrifying struggle for my sanity, and perhaps even my life. Story 5, Echoes in the Glass. Days turned into a tense week. Sarah immersed herself in arcane literature, her fingers tracing faded symbols and her voice a low murmur as she deciphered passages in languages I didn't understand. The air in her apartment felt thick with the weight of forgotten knowledge, a stark contrast to the sterile modernity of my own. "There's a recurring theme," Sarah said one evening, looking up from a particularly aged manuscript. "Mirrors as thresholds, points of entry and exit, and the carvings, they often serve as a form of binding, a way to contain what might try to pass through. So, the grotesque figures on my mirror, they're not just decoration?" I asked, a fresh wave of unease washing over me. "They could be part of the seal," Sarah explained, "a way to keep the entity tethered. But if that seal is weakened, or if someone tuned to it brings it into their space." Her voice trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. "Attuned?" I questioned. "What do you mean, attuned?" Sarah hesitated. "Some of these texts suggest that certain bloodlines, certain individuals, might have a stronger connection to these entities. It's all very vague, very old. But given that the mirror came from your grandmother's side of the family, and her name was Eleanor Vance, it makes you wonder. The thought that I might somehow be predisposed to this haunting, that there might be a familial link to the darkness emanating from the mirror, was deeply unsettling. It added another layer of fear to an already terrifying situation. Meanwhile, the subtle manifestations in my apartment continued. The fleeting shadows in the periphery, the feeling of being watched even when alone, the occasional faint whisper that seemed to slither just beneath the threshold of hearing. One night, I woke up to find the antique mirror slightly tilted against the wall. Even though I was certain I had placed it firmly, it was as if something had nudged it, a silent, unsettling reminder of its active presence, driven by a desperate need to understand more about the entity itself. Sarah focused her research on the descriptions of the shadow and its tether. The text spoke of a parasitic relationship, where the smaller entity amplified the power of the larger one, drawing strength from its connection. There were mentions of fear and despair acting as a conduit, feeding their influence. "The key seems to be severing the tether," Sarah explained, pointing to a complex diagram depicting interconnected symbols. "But the rituals are intricate, and there are warnings about the consequences of failure. We knew we couldn't attempt anything without a thorough understanding of what we were dealing with. We needed more information, perhaps a more direct connection to the history of the Mirror of Ashworth and the Vance family's dealings with it. Remembering Mrs. Albright's knowledge of local folklore, we decided to pay her another visit. This time, we brought the sketch of the mirror frame from the old journal. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw it. "Ah, yes," she said, tracing the lines of the grotesque carvings with a gnarled finger. "This is indeed the Mirror of Ashworth. There are darker tales associated with it, stories that weren't written in any book." She spoke of hushed whispers passed down through generations, of strange rituals performed in the Vance Manor under the light of full moon, of Lord Ashworth's descent into obsession and madness. She hinted at a pact made with something ancient, something that demanded a terrible price. "They say the smaller figure," Mrs. Albright whispered, her voice barely audible, "was bound to the mirror first, a guardian of sorts, but its purpose twisted over time, becoming an amplifier for the greater darkness." The idea of a guardian twisted into a malevolent amplifier was chilling. It suggested corruption, a perversion of an original purpose. What could have caused such a transformation? Mrs. Albright also mentioned a hidden room in the Vance Manor, a place where Lord Ashworth was said to have conducted his experiments. She didn't know its exact location, but she suggested that it might hold clues, perhaps even a way to counteract the mirror's influence. The realization that the key to stopping this might lie in the ruins of the Vance estate was both daunting and our most promising lead yet. The house, with its air of decay and forgotten secrets, suddenly took on a new significance. It wasn't just a place where the mirror originated. It might be the source of its power and potentially its undoing. "We have to go there," I said to Sarah, the fear mixed with a sense of grim determination. "We have to see what's left of the Vance Manor." Sarah nodded, her initial apprehension replaced by a shared resolve. "I'll go with you. We can't face this alone." The prospect of venturing into the abandoned Vance estate, a place steeped in tragedy and whispered legends, was terrifying. But the alternative, remaining in my apartment, slowly succumbing to the encroaching darkness emanating from the antique mirror, was far more unbearable. We knew the risks were high, that we might be walking into a place still haunted by the echoes of a dark past. But we also knew that we had to try. The whispers in the glass were growing louder, the shadows were becoming bolder, and the only way to find answers, the only way to potentially break free, was to confront the source. The journey back to the rural town, to the decaying remnants of the Vance Manor, felt like stepping into the heart of the nightmare. The familiar countryside now seemed ominous, the silence pregnant with unspoken horrors. The air itself felt heavier, charged with a palpable sense of dread. As we drove toward the abandoned estate, the antique mirror sat silently in the back of Sarah's car, a constant, chilling reminder of the darkness we were about to confront. It was no longer just an object of fear, but a beacon drawing us toward the heart of its terrifying mystery. The overgrown driveway leading to the Vance Manor was barely visible, choked with weeds and fallen branches. The house loomed in the distance, a skeletal silhouette against the pale sky, its broken windows like vacant eyes staring out at a forgotten world. A profound sense of desolation hung in the air, a testament to the tragedy that had befallen the Vance family and the darkness that had consumed their lives. Stepping on the grounds felt like trespassing on hallowed and possibly cursed ground. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant call of crow, sounds that only amplified the feeling of isolation and foreboding. We knew that within those decaying walls lay the potential answers to our terrifying predicament, but also the potential for unimaginable danger. Story 6. Echoes in the Ruins. The Vance Manor stood before us, a skeletal monument to a forgotten tragedy. The once grand facade was now marred by crumbling stone, broken windows, and creeping ivy. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the rustling of wind through the overgrown grounds and the distant call of a crow. It felt as though the very air here was thick with the weight of sorrow and secrets. We moved cautiously, stepping over fallen branches and pushing aside tangled vines as we made our way towards the main entrance. The front door hung precariously on its hinges, groaning in the gentle breeze like a mournful sigh. Stepping inside was like entering the maw of a beast. The air was cold, damp, and carried the unmistakable scent of decay and dust. The interior was plunged into gloom, the only light filtering through the grimy windows, casting eerie shadows that danced with our movements. The grand staircase in the entrance hall was partially collapsed, its once ornate banister now splintered and broken. The silence within the house was even more oppressive than outside, a suffocating stillness that seemed to press in on us. Mrs. Albright mentioned a hidden room, Sarah whispered, her voice echoing eerily in the vast space, where Lord Ashworth conducted his experiments. Any idea where it might be? I replied, my senses on high alert, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon us. We began to explore the ground floor, moving slowly through the decaying rooms. Furniture lay overturned, tapestries hung in tatters, and the remnants of a once opulent life were scattered amidst the dust and debris. Each room seemed to hold a silent echo of the past, a ghostly whisper of the family that had vanished without a trace. In what might have been the library, we found shelves still lined with water-damaged books, their titles hinting at Lord Ashworth's possible interests. Arcane studies, alchemy, and demonology. A chill ran down my spine. It seemed our initial hunch about his dabbling in dark arts was likely correct. After hours of searching the ground floor, we found nothing that resembled a hidden room. The walls were solid. The floorboards creaked but offered no secret passages. A sense of discouragement began to creep in. Perhaps Mrs. Albright's information was just another piece of local folklore, a dead end in our desperate search for answers. Just as we were about to move upstairs, Sarah noticed something unusual in the corner of the library, behind a toppled bookcase. Partially obscured by a pile of decaying papers, was a section of wall that looked slightly different. The stonework was less weathered, the mortar a different color. "Alex, look at this," she said, pointing. We carefully moved the heavy bookcase, revealing a narrow section of wall with no apparent door. Running our hands along the surface, we felt a subtle indentation, a barely perceptible seam in the stonework. After a few moments of searching, my fingers brushed against a small, almost invisible latch. With a click, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a dark, narrow passage. The air that wafted out was thick with musty, almost acrid smell, and a profound sense of unease emanated from the darkness within. "This has to be it," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. We hesitated for a moment, the darkness of the hidden passage feeling like an invitation into the heart of the manor's dark secrets. Taking a deep breath, I switched on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the oppressive gloom. The passage led down a short flight of stone steps, opening into a small, windowless room. The air inside was heavy and stagnant, the silence broken only by the sound of our breathing. The walls were lined with strange symbols painted in what looked like dried blood. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface stained with dark, unidentifiable residue. Scattered around the room were various objects that sent a chill down my spine. Strange metallic instruments that looked like torture devices, dusty vials filled with unknown substances, and more books bound in what appeared to be human skin. This was clearly the place where Lord Ashworth had conducted his dark practices. And then I saw it. Resting on the altar, partially covered by a black cloth, was another mirror. It was smaller than the antique mirror I now possessed, but its frame was even more grotesque, adorned with carvings of twisted faces and writhing figures that seemed to writhe in the flickering beam of my flashlight. As I moved closer, I noticed something else on the altar, lying beside the smaller mirror, a series of handwritten journals. Their pages were filled with Lord Ashworth's spidery script, detailing his descent into the occult, his obsession with power, and his attempt to commune with something beyond our comprehension. We carefully began to examine the journals, our fingers tracing the faded ink. Lord Ashworth wrote of his acquisition of the larger mirror, the Mirror of Ashworth, and his initial attempts to control the entity he believed resided within it. He spoke of rituals and sacrifices designed to bind it to his will, to use its power for his own gain. But as the entries progressed, a sense of fear and desperation began to seep into his writing. He described the entity growing stronger, its influence spreading beyond the mirror, affecting his family, his sanity, his very home. He wrote of the smaller mirror, the one on the altar, as a tool to amplify his control, a focal point for his binding rituals. And then in the final, frantic entries, he wrote of the tether, the smaller entity bound to the larger shadow, a creature of pure malice that served as a conduit for its power. He described his desperate attempt to sever this connection, to contain the growing darkness, but his efforts seemed to have failed. The last entry ended abruptly mid-sentence with the chilling words, "It is breaking free." The implications of Lord Ashworth's journals were terrifying. The smaller mirror in this hidden room wasn't just an amplifier. It was the source of the tether, the key to the larger entity's power. And if it was still here... Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging us into absolute darkness. A low, guttural growl echoed from the shadows, closer than it should have been. "Alex!" Sarah cried, her voice filled with terror. I fumbled for my lighter, my hands shaking uncontrollably, as a small flame flickered to life, illuminating the room in its unsteady glow. I saw it. A shadow moving in the corner, larger and more defined than I had ever seen it before. And beside it, its form hunched and twisted, was a smaller figure, its presence radiating an intense, focused malice. They had been here all along, dormant perhaps, but now, awakened by our presence, by our discovery of their secrets. We were trapped in the heart of their power, in the very place where their terrifying connection had been forged. The echoes of the past had become a terrifying reality in the present, and the shadows and the ruins had come to life. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of ancient malevolence. The growling intensified, and I could almost make out a pair of glowing red eyes within the larger shadow. We were no longer just investigators. We were intruders, and the entities bound a mirror of Ashworth and its tethered counterpart were not pleased. The small flame of my lighter seemed a pathetic defense against the overwhelming darkness and the palpable sense of dread that filled the room. We were caught in a terrifying echo of the Vance family's fate, trapped within the walls that had witnessed their descent into madness and disappearance. The hidden room, meant to hold the secrets of the mirror's power, had become our prison. The next moment would determine if we would share the Vance family's tragic end, or find a way to break free from the shadows that now surrounded us. Story 7, The Tethered Guardians. The guttural growling intensified, vibrating in a confined space. The air grew colder, and the acrid smell that had permeated the room seemed to thicken, becoming almost suffocating. The two shadows remained in the corner, but I could feel their attention fixed on us, a palpable wave of malevolent intent washing over me. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. "The smaller mirror. Lord Ashworth said it was a tether." Sarah, her face pale but her eyes determined, nodded. "We need to break the connection. Destroy the smaller mirror." It seemed like our only option, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming terror. But the entities guarding it were formidable, their presence radiating an ancient and potent darkness. As I took a tentative step toward the altar, the larger shadow shifted, a silent warning. The glowing red eyes I had glimpsed seemed to pierce through the gloom, fixing on me with predatory intensity. The smaller figure remained still, but I could sense its focused malice, a concentrated point of pure hatred. "We need a distraction," Sarah said quickly, her eyes scanning the room. She grabbed a heavy, metallic instrument from a nearby table and hurled it across the room. It clattered against a stone wall, the sharp sound echoing in the oppressive silence. The larger shadow turned its attention momentarily towards the noise, and that was our chance. I lunged toward the altar, my hand outstretched towards the smaller mirror. But just as my fingers brushed against its cold, intricately carved frame, the smaller figure moved with surprising speed. It darted across the room, a blur of hunched darkness, and slammed into me with unexpected force. I stumbled backward, the lighter flying from my grasp and plunging us back into near total darkness. "Alex!" Sarah cried again, her voice laced with panic. I scrambled on the cold stone floor, trying to find a lighter, the growling of the larger shadow growing louder, closer. I could feel the smaller figure near me, a palpable presence of cold, suffocating dread. It felt as though icy tendrils were reaching out, trying to grasp me. Just as my fingers closed around the lighter, I felt a sharp, searing pain in my leg. The smaller figure had attacked, its touch leaving a burning cold sensation that spread rapidly through my limb. With a gasp, I flicked the lighter back on. The unsteady flame revealed Sarah locked in a silent struggle with the larger shadow. It seemed to be a battle of wills, a desperate attempt by Sarah to hold it at bay with sheer force of her own spirit. The smaller figure was now crouched near me, its hunched form radiating pure animosity. Its touch had left a mark, a creeping paralysis that was spreading up my leg. I knew I had to act fast. Ignoring the pain, I reached out again for the smaller mirror. This time, the smaller figure didn't try to stop me directly. Instead, as my hand closed around the cold glass, a wave of intense psychic energy slammed into my mind. It felt like 1,000 voices screaming in unison, images of unimaginable horror flashing behind my eyes. My grip on the mirror weakened. "Alex, no!" Sarah yelled, her voice strained. But it was too late. The psychic assault was overwhelming. I felt my consciousness slipping, the darkness threatening to consume me. In my fading vision, I saw the smaller figure reaching out, its touch like the icy grip of death. Then, just as I thought I would succumb, a surge of unexpected energy erupted from Sarah. She let out a primal scream, and a brilliant white light flared around her, pushing back the larger shadow with incredible force. The smaller figure recoiled from the light, its hold on my mind momentarily broken. Seizing opportunity, I lifted the smaller mirror and slammed it down onto the stone altar. The aged glass shattered with a sharp crack, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. As the mirror broke, both shadows recoiled as if struck by a physical blow. The guttural growling ceased, replaced by a high-pitched, almost mournful wail that seemed to vibrate through the very stones of the room. The coldness in the air dissipated, and the acrid smell began to fade. The white light around Sarah subsided, leaving her panting but unharmed. The larger shadow flickered and then began to dissipate, its form dissolving into wisps of darkness that swirled and then vanished. The smaller, hunched figure also began to fade, its malevolent presence diminishing with each passing moment until it was gone. The hidden room was silent once more, the only sound our ragged breathing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. The oppressive sense of dread had lifted. We had done it. We had broken the tether, banished the shadows. But the relief was short-lived. As I looked at the shattered remnants of the smaller mirror on the altar, I noticed something else. Beneath it, etched into the stone, was a symbol. The same triangular symbol with a circle inside that I had seen in the graffiti at my grandmother's house. A cold realization washed over me. My grandmother hadn't just unknowingly kept the antique mirror. She had known what it was. And the symbol, it was a mark of binding, a warding. Perhaps she had been trying to contain the entity all along, using the smaller mirror as a focal point for her own protective rituals. And by taking the antique mirror, I had disrupted her work, weakened the wards, and allowed the shadows to stir once more. The graffiti in her house wasn't random. It was a warning, a desperate attempt to reinforce the weakening containment. The weight of this realization was immense. My ignorance had almost cost us everything. As we made our way out of the hidden room, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the smaller mirror and the chilling secrets of Lord Ashworth, the Vance Manor seemed different. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by a sense of quiet sadness. The echoes of the past were still there, but they no longer felt menacing. We knew we had to destroy the antique mirror, the source of the initial terror. But the discovery of the symbol of my grandmother's hidden efforts had opened up a new layer of understanding, a deeper connection to the dark history of the Vance family and the entity they had tried to contain. The fight wasn't over. We had won a battle, but the war against the shadows might have just begun. The symbol etched into the altar was a chilling reminder that there was more to this story, more to my grandmother's life, than I had ever imagined. Her solitary existence, her connection to the Vance family history. It all pointed to a hidden struggle against the darkness that had now become my own. The journey back to my apartment, to the antique mirror waiting there, felt different. It was no longer just an object to fear, but a key to understanding my own past and a legacy I had unknowingly inherited. The shattered remnants of the smaller mirror and the etched symbol were a stark warning. The tether was broken, but the entity might still be seeking a way back, a new connection. And the bloodline mentioned in the ancient texts, the possibility of my own attunement to this darkness loomed like a terrifying shadow. The fight was far from over. Story 8, The Lingering Ward. Back in the relative safety of my apartment. The antique mirror under its white shroud felt less immediately threatening, but its presence still cast a long shadow over the room. The discovery of the symbol and the realization of my grandmother's hidden struggle had shifted my focus. The terror was no longer just about surviving the night. It was about understanding a legacy I never knew I possessed and the darkness that seemed inextricably linked to it. "So, the symbol," Sarah said, tracing on a piece of paper. "The triangle with the circle inside. Did you see it anywhere else in your grandmother's house?" I thought back to the dusty rooms, the faded wallpaper, the piles of forgotten belongings. I don't remember seeing it anywhere else specifically, but the graffiti, the lines and dots, maybe they were fragmented parts of the same wording. "It's possible," Sarah agreed. "We need to find out what this symbol means, its origins. If it's a protective ward, understanding its power and how it works might be the key to finally dealing with the mirror." We spent the next few days immersed in research again, this time focusing on ancient symbols and their meanings. We scoured books on folklore, mythology, and the occult, searching for any mention of the triangle and circle motif. The internet, usually a vast resource, offered a confusing array of interpretations, from alchemical symbols to pagan deities. It was Mrs. Albright who provided the most promising lead. We returned to her dusty bookstore, the image of the etched symbol fresh in our minds. She recognized it immediately. "The mark of the vigil," she said, her voice grave. "It's an ancient symbol of binding and protection, used for centuries in this region to ward against malevolent entities. It's said to create a barrier, a shield that weakens their influence." "My grandmother used it?" I asked, a sense of awe and sadness washing over me. She had been fighting this silent battle for years, and I had been completely unaware. "It seems so," Mrs. Albright confirmed. "The fact that it was etched beneath the smaller mirror suggests she was actively trying to contain the entity, using the tether as a focal point for her warding. By destroying the smaller mirror, you may have inadvertently weakened the overall protection." Her words sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. Had our desperate act of destroying the tether made things worse? Had we removed a crucial anchor for my grandmother's protective magic? So what do we do now? Sarah asked, her concern mirroring my own. If the warding is weakened, is the entity stronger? "Potentially," Mrs. Albright said grimly. "The mark of the vigil needs to be reinforced, perhaps even expanded. And the Mirror of Ashworth, it needs to be dealt with permanently. It's a conduit, a doorway. As long as it exists, the entity will always have a potential anchor in this world." Mrs. Albright guided us to a section of her store filled with herbs, crystals, and other ritualistic items. She explained components needed to reinforce the mark of the vigil, specific herbs known for their protective properties, consecrated salt and blessed water. She also spoke of the importance of intention and focus, of channeling our own inner strength to amplify the power of the warding. The process was intricate and felt strangely archaic, a stark contrast to the modern world we inhabited. Following Mrs. Albright's instructions, we gathered the necessary items and prepared to perform a ritual in my apartment, hoping to strengthen the weakened protection. That night, under the soft glow of candlelight, Sarah and I carefully recreated the mark of the vigil in my bedroom, tracing the symbol with consecrated salt and surrounding it with protective herbs. We chanted ancient words of banishment and protection that Mrs. Albright had provided, focusing our intent, our fear, and our hope into the ritual. As we completed the final incantation, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere of the room. The air felt clearer, lighter. A sense of calm, however fragile, settled over us. Did it work? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah nodded slowly. I think so. I can feel a difference, a sense of a barrier. But we knew this was only a temporary measure. The antique mirror, the source of the entity's power, still remained. We needed a plan to destroy it, a way to sever its connection to this world permanently. Mrs. Albright had warned us that the mirror would likely resist any attempts to destroy it. Objects that have served as vessels for such entities often possess the resilience beyond normal means. She suggested finding a place of natural power, a location where the veil between worlds was thin, as a potential site for a more potent banishing ritual or destructive act. We thought back to the Vance Manor, to the hidden room where the smaller mirror had been found. There was a palpable sense of residual energy there, a connection to the entity's power. Perhaps that was a place where we needed to confront the antique mirror. The thought of returning to the dilapidated manor, even after banishing the shadows from the hidden room, filled me with trepidation. But we knew we couldn't keep the antique mirror in my apartment indefinitely, a silent time bomb waiting to reawaken. The next morning, we prepared to return to the Vance estate, this time with a different purpose. We weren't just seeking answers. We were going to confront the source of the terror. We carefully wrapped the antique mirror again, its shrouded form a heavy weight, in the back of Sarah's car. As we drove back to the countryside, the landscape seemed less ominous than before. The air felt cleaner, the silence less oppressive. Perhaps the reinforced warding in my apartment had created a sense of distance, a temporary reprieve from the entity's influence. But as we approached the Vance Manor, a familiar sense of unease began to creep back. The house stood silhouetted against the sky, its broken windows still like vacant eyes. But now there was a subtle shift in its atmosphere, a feeling of anticipation. It was as if the entity within the mirror knew we were coming, knew we were planning to end its reign of terror. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a silent warning of the confrontation to come. The overgrown path leading to the manor felt less like a journey into the past, and more like a descent into a final, terrifying battle. The weight of the shrouded mirror in the back of the car felt heavier than ever, a tangible representation of the darkness we were about to face. The reinforced mark of the vigil in my apartment offered a sliver of hope, but the true test lay within the decaying walls of the Vance Manor, where the echoes of a dark past still lingered. The confrontation with the antique mirror, the vessel of ancient evil, was inevitable. Story 9, The Mirror's Resistance. The Vance Manor loomed before us, its dilapidated structure seeming to bristle with an unseen energy. The reinforced mark of the vigil in my apartment had provided a fragile sense of security, but as we stood on the overgrown grounds, a familiar wave of dread washed over me, amplified by the heavy weight of the shrouded antique mirror in my hands. It felt as though the house itself was aware of our intentions, a silent adversary bracing for a final confrontation. We made our way back to the hidden room, the memory of the chilling encounter there still vivid in our minds. The air inside felt different this time, colder and more stagnant than before. The shattered remnants of the smaller mirror on the altar seemed to hum with a faint, residual energy. "This feels wrong," Sarah whispered, her eyes scanning the room, like it's expecting us. I could feel it too, a subtle pressure in the air, a sense of being watched by something unseen. The silence was heavy, pregnant with anticipation. We carefully placed a shrouded antique mirror on the stone altar, beside the shattered remains of its tether. The black cloth seemed to rise slightly, as if disturbed by an unseen force. "Mrs. Albright said a place of power," Sarah murmured, her voice barely audible. She thought this room, where the connection was strongest. But it feels like it's stronger now. I finished, a knot of anxiety tightening in my chest, like we've stirred something up. As if in response to my words, the temperature in the room plummeted. A gust of icy wind swept through the windowless space, causing the candles we had brought to flicker violently. The shadows on the walls seemed to deepen and writhe. Then, the antique mirror on the altar began to vibrate. The shrouded cloth trembled, and a low, resonant humming emanated from within. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones, a primal tone of resistance and rage. "It doesn't want to be destroyed," Sarah said, her voice strained. The humming intensified, and the mirror began to rock violently on the altar. The carvings on its frame seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering candlelight, the grotesque figures appearing almost alive. Suddenly, the black cloth was flung aside as if by an invisible hand. The antique mirror stood revealed, its aged surface reflecting the distorted images of the room, the candlelight seeming to bend and twist within its depths. And then, the shadows began to move. They detached themselves from the corners of the room, coalescing into vaguely humanoid forms that writhed and stretched in the dim light. The guttural growling we had heard before echoed through the chamber, joined by a chorus of faint, chilling whispers that seemed to claw at the edges of my sanity. The entity was fighting back, using the residual energy of the tether and the inherent power of the mirror to manifest its influence. The reinforced mark of the vigil in my apartment felt miles away, its protective aura weakened by the sheer intensity of the darkness here. "We need to act now," Sarah yelled, grabbing a heavy iron poker we found amongst Lord Ashworth's strange instruments. "We need to break the mirror." We lunged toward the altar, our intent focused on destroying the ancient glass. But the shadow figures moved to intercept us, their touch like a wave of icy dread. They weren't solid, but passing through them felt like wading through freezing water, each contact draining our strength and filling us with a paralyzing fear. I swung a heavy candelabra at one of the shadow figures, and it passed right through, the force of my swing nearly throwing me off balance. These weren't corporeal beings. They were manifestations of pure negative energy, extensions of the entity within the mirror. Sarah fared no better with the iron poker. It passed through the shadows harmlessly. We were fighting against something intangible, something that seemed to draw strength from our fear and desperation. The humming from the mirror intensified, and the reflections within its surface began to swirl and distort even further. I could almost see faces forming within the aged glass, twisted visages of pure malice staring out at us. Then, the air in the room began to crackle with energy. Bolts of dark light arced from a mirror, striking the walls and the altar, leaving scorched marks in their wake. We scrambled to avoid them, the raw power of the entity now unleashed. "The ritual!" Sarah shouted, trying to be heard over the humming and the crackling energy. Mrs. Albright gave us a counter-ritual, a way to disrupt its connection. We fumbled in our bags, pulling out the herbs and blessed water Mrs. Albright had provided. But the shadow figures were upon us, their cold touch sapping our strength and making it difficult to concentrate. I managed to grab a handful of protective herbs and hurled them toward the mirror, but they withered and turned to dust before even reaching its surface. The blessed water evaporated into steam as it came close to the intense energy radiating from the glass. Our conventional weapons and protective measures were useless against the raw power of the entity. The mirror was resisting with a force we hadn't anticipated, its connection to this world far stronger than we had realized. Despair began to creep in. Were we facing something we couldn't possibly defeat? Had our journey to the Vance Manor been a fatal mistake? Suddenly, Sarah cried out. One of the shadow figures had managed to touch her directly, and a visible frost began to spread across her arm. She gasped in pain, her movements becoming sluggish. "Sarah," I yelled, fear gripping me. I knew I had to do something, anything. Remembering Mrs. Albright's words about inner strength, I closed my eyes and focused all my will, all my fear, all my desperation into a single point. I pictured the mark of the vigil, the symbol of binding and protection, burning brightly within me. Then I opened my eyes and roared, a raw, guttural sound that echoed through the room. I lunged towards a mirror, ignoring the icy touch of the shadows, my only focus on the aged glass. As I reached the altar, I grabbed the mirror with both hands. It was ice cold, vibrating with an intense, malevolent energy that seemed to claw at my skin. Ignoring the pain, I lifted it above my head and brought it down with all my force onto the stone altar. The sound of the glass shattering was deafening, a sharp, violent crack that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the room. As the mirror broke into jagged pieces, a blinding white light erupted from the shards, pushing back the shadow figures with incredible force. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by a high-pitched shriek that faded into silence. The coldness in the room vanished. The crackling energy dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The shadow figures dissolved into wisps of smoke and disappeared. We stood panting amidst the shattered remnants of the Mirror of Ashworth, the silence now profound and complete. The air felt clean again, the sense of malevolent presence gone. We had destroyed the vessel, but the effort had taken its toll. Sarah's arm was still covered in frost, and I felt drained both physically and emotionally. As we looked at the broken pieces of the mirror, I noticed something within the shattered glass, a faint, swirling darkness that seemed to writhe and then slowly dissipate. It was as if the entity itself was finally being released, its hold on this world broken. The battle within the hidden room was over. We had faced the darkness, and against all odds we had prevailed. But the experience had left us shaken, forever changed by the terrifying glimpse into a world beyond our understanding. And as we prepared to leave the Vance Manor, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the Mirror of Ashworth, a new question lingered in my mind. Was it truly over? Had we truly destroyed the entity? Or had we merely broken its vessel, allowing it to seek another way into our world? The thought sent a fresh shiver of unease down my spine. The silence in the room felt less like peace and more like a temporary reprieve. The darkness, I suspected, was not so easily vanquished. Story 10, The Shattered Silence. Emerging from the oppressive silence of the Vance Manor into the relative normalcy of the overgrown grounds felt like stepping out of a nightmare and into a fragile dawn. The air seemed lighter, the shadows less menacing. We had faced the darkness within the mirror and shattered its physical form. But the lingering question of whether the entity itself had been truly vanquished hung heavy in the air. Sarah's arm was still radiating a biting cold, the frost refusing to recede. "It feels like it's still there," she murmured, her teeth chattering slightly despite the mild outdoor temperature. A coldness deep in my bones. I examined her arm, the icy pattern stark against the skin. "We need to get you help. Maybe Mrs. Albright knows of something, a remedy." We made our way back to Sarah's car, the silence between us filled with the weight of our recent ordeal. The antique mirror, now a collection of jagged shards, lay wrapped in the back, a silent testament to the terrifying power it held. Mrs. Albright was visibly relieved to see us, though her expression clouded with concern when she saw Sarah's arm. "The touch of such entities can leave a lingering mark," she explained, her voice grave. "A residual connection. We need to sever it quickly." She prepared a poultice of specific herbs and instructed Sarah to apply it to her arm while reciting ancient words of cleansing. The process was slow, and the relief was gradual, but after several hours, the frost finally began to recede, leaving behind only a faint, lingering chill. While Sarah recovered, I found myself unable to shake the feeling that our victory was incomplete. The image of the swirling darkness within the shattered mirror haunted me. Had we truly destroyed the entity, or had we simply broken its prison, allowing it to roam free? What if it's not over? I voiced my concern to Sarah. What if breaking the mirror just released it? Sarah, though still weak, nodded slowly. "It's a possibility we have to consider. Mrs. Albright said the mirror was a conduit. If the entity was strong enough, it might find another way." We decided to remain vigilant, to watch for any further signs of the entity's influence. The reinforced mark of the vigil in my apartment offered some comfort, but a sense of unease remained, a feeling of waiting for a shoe to drop. Days passed without incident. Sarah's arm healed, and a semblance of normalcy began to return to our lives. I even managed to get a decent night's sleep for the first time in weeks. But the memory of the shadows, the cold, and the malevolent presence lingered, a constant reminder of the terror we had faced. Then, one evening, I started experiencing the sleep paralysis again. It began subtly, a familiar pressure on my chest, a fleeting inability to move. At first, I tried to rationalize it, stress, lingering anxiety from past events. But the feeling was too familiar, too chillingly reminiscent of the nights with the antique mirror. And then I saw it, a faint shadow in the corner of my bedroom, less defined than before, but undeniably there. A cold dread washed over me. It wasn't over. I managed to break free from paralysis, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned on the lights, but the shadow was gone. Still, the feeling of being watched, the oppressive atmosphere in my bedroom, was unmistakable. I called Sarah immediately, my voice trembling. It's happening again. The sleep paralysis, the shadow. Sarah rushed over to my apartment, her face pale with worry. We consulted Mrs. Albright again, her expression grim. Breaking the vessel may have weakened it, she explained, but it may also have freed it to act in other ways. The tether is gone, but its connection to you, Alex, the bloodline, that might still be a vulnerability. Her words confirmed my deepest fear. The entity hadn't been contained by the mirror. It had been drawn to me, and destroying its prism might have only made it more direct in its approach. The manifestations began to escalate. The faint shadow became more defined, appearing more frequently in my bedroom at night. The whispers returned, closer now, sometimes almost forming coherent words, though I couldn't quite understand them. I started experiencing vivid, terrifying nightmares, filled with distorted faces and suffocating darkness. The reinforced mark of the vigil seemed to offer only a limited protection. The entity was finding ways around it, its influence seeping into my sleep, into the very fabric of my reality. One night, during an episode of sleep paralysis, the shadow moved closer. I could almost make out a form now, tall and gaunt, its presence radiating an intense cold. And then I saw its face, elongated, twisted in a silent scream of rage, the same distorted visage I had glimpsed in my first terrifying encounter. It reached out a shadowy hand toward me, and as its touch brushed against my skin, the coldness was unbearable, as if my very life force was being drained away. I managed to jolt awake, gasping for air, the feeling of icy dread lingering. I knew I couldn't keep living like this, constantly haunted by this unseen presence. We had to find a way to destroy the entity itself, not just its vessel. Mrs. Albright spoke of a final, desperate ritual, a way to sever its connection to this world permanently. But it required a place of significant power, a nexus point where spiritual energies converged. And she believed such a place existed near the Vance Manor, an ancient burial ground, long forgotten and shrouded in local superstition. The thought of returning to the vicinity of the Vance estate, to a place steeped in death and ancient power, was terrifying. But the alternative, succumbing to the entity's growing influence, was unthinkable. We knew this was our final option, a desperate gamble with potentially dire consequences. If we failed, the entity might become even stronger, its hold on me unbreakable. As we prepared to return to countryside once more, this time with the intent of confronting the entity in its rawest form, a sense of finality settled over us. The shattered silence after the mirror broke had been a lie. The true battle was yet to come, and the ancient burial ground awaited, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and the echoes of the past might hold the key to our survival or our ultimate demise. The journey back felt heavier this time, the weight of desperation and the unknown pressing down on us. The countryside, once seemingly peaceful, now felt like a landscape fraught with unseen dangers. The ancient burial ground a beacon of both hope and terror in the encroaching darkness. The final confrontation was looming, and the shattered silence had given way to the chilling anticipation of a final, desperate battle for my very soul. Story 11, The Hallowed Ground. The air around forgotten burial ground felt different, thick with a silence that was more profound than the stillness of the abandoned manor. It was a silence that hummed with a low, resonant energy, a sense of ancient power slumbering beneath the moss-covered stones. Twisted, gnarled trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches reaching skyward like skeletal fingers. An aura of both reverence and unease permeated the place, a testament to the countless souls that lay buried beneath the earth. Mrs. Albright had described this place as a nexus point, a place where the veil between worlds was thin due to centuries of spiritual energy accumulating within the hallowed ground. It was a place of immense power, capable of both great healing and potentially great destruction. It was here, she believed, that we might have a chance to finally sever the entity's connection to this world. As we walked among the ancient stones, a sense of being watched settled over me, more intense than even within the Vance Manor. The air felt heavy, pressing against my skin, and the shadows cast by the gnarled trees seemed to ride with an unnatural life. "This place, it feels old," Sarah murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. "Like something is listening." I could feel it too, a subtle awareness, a sense of unseen eyes upon us. The entity I suspected was aware of our presence, drawn to this place of power as well. We found a relatively clear space in the center of the burial ground, a circle of ancient stones that seemed to radiate a stronger energy than the surrounding area. This, Mrs. Albright had said, might be the focal point we needed for the final ritual. The ritual itself was complex, involving specific incantations, the burning of rare herbs, and the use of consecrated objects. Mrs. Albright had provided us with detailed instructions, emphasizing the importance of focus and intent. Any hesitation, any fear, could weaken the ritual and leave us vulnerable. As we began to prepare, laying out the herbs and lighting the small brazier we had brought, the atmosphere around us began to shift. The wind picked up, swirling around the ancient stones, carrying with it faint whispers that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. The shadows danced more erratically, and the sense of being watched intensified, becoming almost palpable. Then the entity made its presence known. The air in front of us shimmered and distorted, and the tall, gaunt shadow began to coalesce, its twisted face contorted in silent rage. The cold emanating from it was intense, biting at our skin even from a distance. "It's here," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear but her eyes filled with determination. We began the incantations, our voices trembling slightly but gaining strength as we continued. The ancient words felt heavy with power, resonating in the still air. We cast protective herbs into the brazier, their fragrant smoke swirling upwards, forming a hazy barrier around us. The entity remained at the edge of our circle, its shadowy form writhing with impatience. The whispers intensified, becoming more coherent now, a chorus of hateful, sibilant sounds that seemed to claw at our minds, trying to break our concentration. The ground beneath our feet began to vibrate, and the ancient stones around us seemed to hum with a growing energy. The wind howled through the trees, and the shadows danced wildly, mimicking the entity's rage. As we reached the most crucial part of the ritual, the entity lunged forward, its shadowy form attempting to breach our protective circle. The barrier of smoke shimmered and buckled under the force of its attack, but it held. We continued the incantations, our voices rising in power, channeling all our fear and all our hope into the ancient words. The consecrated objects we held, a silver amulet and a piece of polished obsidian, began to glow with a faint, inner light. The entity recoiled from the light, its shadowy form flickering as it burned. Its whispers turned into shrieks of rage and frustration. The ground vibrated more violently, and the ancient stones around us seemed to groan under the pressure of the unleashed energy. The air crackled with power, the very atmosphere around us charged with an unseen force. It felt as though the veil between worlds was thinning, the boundaries blurring. Then, as we reached the climax of the ritual, A beam of pure white light shot down from the sky, piercing through the swirling wind and the dancing shadows, and struck the entity directly. The shadows shrieked, a sound of pure agony that seemed to tear through the air. Its form convulsed violently, the twisted face contorted in an expression of ultimate pain and despair. The cold emanating from it intensified to an unbearable degree, and then, just as suddenly, it began to dissipate, its shadowy form dissolving into nothingness, like smoke carried away by the wind. The shrieking faded into silence. The wind died down and the shadows stilled. The white light from the sky vanished, leaving behind a profound sense of peace. The heavy energy that had permeated the burial ground seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet solemnity. The entity was gone. We stood exhausted but triumphant in the center of the ancient stones, the remnants of the ritual smoldering in the brazier. The silence around us felt different now, no longer heavy with unease, but filled with a sense of finality. Sarah's lingering chill had vanished. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to me for weeks had finally lifted. We had faced the darkness in its rawest form, in a place of ancient power, and we had prevailed. As we left the hallowed ground, the rising sun casting long shadows behind us, a sense of closure settled over me. The antique mirror was gone, its vessel shattered. The tether was broken. And now, finally, the entity itself was banished. The journey had been terrifying, a descent into a world of shadows and ancient malevolence. But it had also revealed a hidden strength within me, a connection to a legacy I never knew. My grandmother's silent struggle, her use of the ancient warding, had ultimately guided us. The comfortable rhythm of my life, shattered by the arrival of the antique mirror, could finally begin to reassert itself, though it would forever be marked by the terrifying echoes of the shadows and profound understanding of the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil of our perception. The silence that now surrounded me felt earned, a hard-won peace after a terrifying battle. The hallowed ground remained behind us, a silent witness to a victory hard fought. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm glow on the countryside, a stark contrast to the icy dread that had gripped me for so long. The nightmare was finally over. Or was it? A tiny seed of doubt still lingered, a faint whisper in the back of my mind. The world beyond our perception was vast and ancient, filled with forces we could barely comprehend. Had we truly banished the entity forever, or had we merely sent it back to shadows, waiting for another opportunity, another vulnerable soul, another unsuspecting hand to pick up a cursed object? The thought was a chilling reminder that the darkness might always be lurking just beyond the edges of the light. Story 12, The Unsettled Dust. Weeks drifted by, each day a tentative step back toward the normalcy that had been so abruptly shattered by the antique mirror. The sleep paralysis was gone. The shadows no longer danced in the corners of my vision, and the oppressive sense of being watched had finally lifted. Sarah had fully recovered, though the memory of the icy touch remained a chilling anecdote we occasionally shared, a reminder of the terrifying reality we had faced. My apartment, once a place tainted by fear, slowly began to feel like a sanctuary again. The sunlight streaming through the windows seemed warmer, the city sounds drifting in from below less intrusive. I even started to sleep through the night without the lingering anxiety that had become my unwelcome companion. Yet, despite the outward return to equilibrium, a subtle unease persisted, like dust motes dancing in a sunbeam that I couldn't quite brush away. The memory of the entity, its malevolent presence, and the chilling realization of my grandmother's secret struggle lingered in the back of my mind. The world felt subtly different now, the veil of the mundane slightly thinner, revealing potential for darkness lurking just beyond the edges of our perception. One afternoon, while cleaning my apartment, I came across the box containing the shattered remnants of the antique mirror. I had stored it away in the back of a closet, unable to bring myself to discard it entirely. As I lifted the box, a faint coolness emanated from within, a subtle echo of the intense cold that had radiated from the mirror. A shiver traced its way down my spine. Even in its broken state, did it still hold residual connection? Was the entity truly gone, or was it merely dormant, waiting for another opportunity? Later that week, Sarah and I decided to visit Mrs. Albright one last time, to thank her for her guidance and to seek her reassurance. Her bookstore felt as comforting and familiar as ever, the scent of old paper and herbs a soothing balm to our still-frayed nerves. "You did well," she said, her piercing blue eyes filled with a mixture of pride and caution. "You faced a great darkness and emerged victorious. But remember, such entities are ancient and often persistent. The destruction of a vessel can weaken them, banishment can force them away, but true eradication is rare." Her words, while not intended to cause alarm, did little to quell my underlying unease. The thought that the entity might still exist, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness, was a constant, low-level hum of anxiety. Then, a seemingly insignificant event occurred that reignited my fears. I woke up one morning to find a small, triangular mark etched into the wooden frame of my bedroom window. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but the shape was unmistakable. The mark of the vigil. But why would a protective symbol appear on my window? Had it somehow migrated from the ritual we performed, or was it a sign of something else? I showed it to Sarah, and her initial relief at our apparent victory quickly turned to concern. We contacted Mrs. Albright immediately. Her reaction was immediate and grave. "That's not a good sign," she said, her voice filled with worry. "The mark of the vigil is a symbol of protection. If it's appearing spontaneously, it could mean that something is trying to breach your defenses." "But the entity is gone, isn't it?" I asked, my voice laced with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. Mrs. Albright hesitated. "We banished a powerful entity, but the act of banishment can sometimes leave a residue, an echo in the spiritual realm. And if there are other forces drawn to the disturbance..." Her words painted a chilling picture. Had our battle with the entity inadvertently attracted other, perhaps even more dangerous, entities? Was the mark of the vigil appearing as a warning, a sign of a new threat? The following nights were filled with a renewed sense of anxiety. Every creak of the apartment, every shadow and periphery, sent a jolt of fear through me. The comfortable silence I had begun to enjoy was now tainted by a sense of watchful anticipation. One evening, while reading in my living room, I noticed a faint shimmer in the air near the spot where the antique mirror had once stood. It was subtle, almost like heat rising from asphalt on a hot day, but there was something unnatural about it. As I watched, the shimmer intensified, and a faint, indistinct form began to coalesce within it. It wasn't the tall, gaunt shadow I had seen before. This was smaller, more amorphous, but it radiated a palpable sense of cold curiosity, like something exploring a new environment. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through the fragile peace I had begun to rebuild. It wasn't over. The entity we had banished might be gone, but something else had been drawn to the void it had left behind. The shattered silence had given way to a new, unsettling presence, and the mark of the vigil on my window was no longer a symbol of protection, but warning a new darkness stirring in the unsettled dust of our previous battle. The victory we had thought was final now felt like a temporary reprieve, a brief moment of light before a new shadow began to lengthen in my life. The world beyond a veil, it seemed, was far more crowded and far more dangerous than I had ever imagined, and I had inadvertently opened a door to it, a door that might now be difficult, if not impossible, to close. The comfortable rhythm of my life remained elusive, constantly threatened by the echoes of the past and potential for new terrors lurking just out of sight. The fight, it seemed, was far from truly over. Story 13, The Curious Cold. The shimmering distortion in the air was subtle, almost easy to dismiss as a trick of the light or fatigue, but a persistent coldness emanating from it, a dry, bone-chilling cold that had no natural source, was undeniable. The amorphous form within the shimmer seemed to pulse faintly, its edges blurring and reforming as if testing the boundaries of our reality. It wasn't the malevolent presence of the shadow we had banished, but there was an undeniable sense of otherness about it, a curious, almost probing energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice barely audible, pointing toward the shimmering air. She followed my gaze, her eyes widening with a mixture of apprehension and morbid fascination. "What is that?" she breathed, stepping closer cautiously. "I don't know," I replied, my mind racing. It wasn't here before. Not like this. The form within the shimmer seemed to react to Sarah's movement, its amorphous edges reaching out slightly, like tendrils of smoke exploring the space. The coldness intensified as it did so, a localized drop in temperature that made us shiver despite the warmth of the apartment. We contacted Mrs. Albright again, her voice filled with concern when we described a new phenomenon. "A residual echo, perhaps," she mused. "Or something drawn to the void left by the banished entity. The spiritual realm abhors a vacuum." Her words were unsettling. Had our victory merely created an opening for something else to enter? Something perhaps even more unknown and unpredictable? Over the next few days, the shimmering distortion persisted, becoming slightly more defined. The amorphous form within it began to take on vague shapes, elongated limbs, suggestion of a head, but nothing concrete or recognizable. It moved slowly, drifting through the air as if exploring its surroundings. The coldness it emanated remained constant, a localized pocket of winter in my otherwise warm apartment. The mark of the vigil on my window remained, a silent, unsettling reminder of a potential breach. We reinforced the warding around the apartment, following Mrs. Albright's instructions meticulously, but the shimmering presence remained unaffected. It was as if it existed in a different plane, observing us from behind a thin veil. One night, I had a dream. It wasn't the terrifying nightmare I had experienced before, but something altogether different. I found myself standing in a vast, empty space, a monochrome landscape stretching out to an unseen horizon. The air was still and silent, and a faint, rhythmic pulsing echoed in the distance. Then, a form began to coalesce in front of me, similar to the amorphous presence in my apartment, but larger, more defined. It didn't feel malevolent, but intensely curious, as if studying me with an alien intelligence. There was a sense of vast, unknowable age about it. I woke up with a jolt, the dream lingering in my mind like a half-forgotten melody. The coldness in my apartment felt slightly more pronounced that morning, and the shimmering form seemed a little more solid. "I had a dream," I told Sarah, recounting the strange, empty landscape and the curious entity. Sarah looked thoughtful. Maybe it's trying to communicate? The banished entity was pure malice. But this, it sounds different. The idea of trying to communicate with this unknown presence was both terrifying and intriguing. What if it wasn't hostile? What if it was simply curious, as my dream had suggested? But how could we even begin to bridge the gap between our realities? We consulted Mrs. Albright again, and she suggested a form of control contact, a gentle probing of its intentions. She warned us of the risks, emphasizing the importance of caution and protection. Following her guidance, we prepared a space in my living room, creating a circle of salt and placing candles around it. We burned specific herbs known to promote clarity and communication, as we began a soft, meditative chant. Focusing our intent on peaceful contact, the shimmering presence in the air seemed to react. The amorphous form within it stilled, its vague outline becoming slightly sharper. The coldness intensified, and a faint, high-pitched hum filled the air, almost beyond the range of human hearing. Then, a series of images flickered in the shimmering air, fleeting and indistinct. Swirling nebulae, geometric patterns, landscapes that seemed alien and impossible. They were glimpses into something vast and incomprehensible, a reality far removed from our own. The images stopped as abruptly as they began, leaving behind a sense of awe and a profound feeling of the unknown. The amorphous form remained still, as if waiting for a response. "It showed us something," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with wonder and a hint of fear. "But what does it mean?" We spent hours trying to decipher the fleeting images, searching for any recognizable patterns or symbols. But they remained elusive, glimpses into a reality too alien for our human minds to fully grasp. The curious cold persisted in my apartment, a constant reminder of the unknown presence that now shared my space. It wasn't hostile, but its very existence was unsettling, a breach in the natural order of things. We had banished one darkness, but in doing so, had we inadvertently opened a door to something even more mysterious and potentially dangerous? The unsettled dust of our previous battle had stirred, and a new, curious presence had emerged from a void. Its intentions remained unclear, its nature unknown, but its silent observation filled my apartment with a sense of profound and unsettling mystery. The fragile peace we had sought remained elusive, replaced by the silent scrutiny of an alien presence, a constant reminder that the world held wonders and terrors far beyond our everyday understanding. The journey into the unknown had taken another unexpected turn, and the curious cold that now permeated my apartment was a chilling testament to the vastness and strangeness of the realities that lay just beyond our own. Story 14, The Language of Light. The fleeting glimpses the amorphous entity had offered were like fragments of a dream, vivid yet elusive, swirling nebulae painted in impossible colors, intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and breathe, and landscapes that defied earthly physics. They were a language we didn't understand, whispers from a reality beyond our comprehension. It's like looking at the universe through a broken kaleidoscope, Sarah mused, tracing the outline of a particularly complex geometric form. There's a sense of order, but it's alien. We spent days poring over books, searching for any visual parallel to the images we had witnessed. Astronomy charts revealed the familiar beauty of distant galaxies, but none matched the vibrant, almost sentient swirls of light we had seen. Abstract art offered a realm of non-representational forms, but the entity's visions possessed a sense of underlying structure, a logic that eluded us. Even ancient symbols, often imbued with cosmic significance, felt too grounded, too human. Maybe it's not about what they look like, I suggested, running a hand through my hair in frustration. Maybe it's about the feeling they evoked, that sense of vastness, of pure energy. The coldness in my apartment remained a constant, a tangible link to the silent observer. The shimmering form still drifted through the air, occasionally pausing to observe us, its vague outline tilting as if in silent inquiry. There was no malice in its presence, only a profound, unsettling curiosity. We decided to try another attempt at communication, this time focusing on sensory input. We played soft ambient music, burned incense with calming aromas, and created a space of quiet contemplation, hoping to elicit a response based on atmosphere rather than direct visual cues. As the gentle melodies filled the apartment, the shimmering form seemed to react. Its movement slowed, becoming more deliberate. The coldness intensified slightly, and the faint humming returned, this time with subtle, almost melodic quality. Then, the air around the shimmering form began to glow with a soft, internal light. It pulsed gently, in rhythm with the music, the colors shifting slowly through a spectrum we had never witnessed before. It was beautiful, ethereal, but utterly alien. "It's responding," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with awe. "It's like it's showing us how it perceives the music as light." The realization was both profound and humbling. We were attempting to communicate with something that experienced reality in a fundamentally different way. Our language of words and images was inadequate. Its language was one of light and energy. We experimented further, changing the music, varying the sense. Each shift elicited a corresponding change, the shimmering light, a visual symphony of alien perception. Slow, melancholic music produced deep, resonant hues, while faster, more energetic melodies sparked vibrant, flickering colors. The incense seemed to evoke subtle shifts in the light's intensity and texture. It was a form of communication, however rudimentary. We were learning to speak a language of light, guided by an entity from a reality beyond our own. But what was it trying to tell us? What was its purpose in our world? We consulted Mrs. Albright again, her initial apprehension giving way to a cautious fascination. It sounds like you've encountered something purely inquisitive, she mused. Not malevolent, but perhaps lost, or seeking understanding. She suggested try and convey our own intentions, our lack of hostility, through light. We experimented with flashlights, colored lamps, creating patterns of light and shadow in the hopes of communicating peace and curiosity in return. The shimmering entity responded in kind, mimicking our patterns, its internal light pulsing in synchronicity with our own. There was a sense of tentative connection, a fragile bridge being built between our vastly different realities to the language of light. Days turned into weeks, and my apartment became a strange laboratory for interdimensional communication. We learned to interpret the subtle nuances of the entity's light, its shifts in color and intensity, conveying a sense of curiosity, observation, and even a hint of loneliness. The mark of the vigil on my window remained, a perplexing anomaly. If this new presence wasn't hostile, why was the protective ward still active, still seemingly necessary? One evening, as the shimmering entity pulsed with soft, calming blue light in response to quiet ambient music, I noticed something new within its amorphous form. A faint, dark shape began to coalesce within the light, a fleeting silhouette that was vaguely familiar. It was a smaller, hunched figure we had seen in the antique mirror, the tethered guardian. Terror, sharp and sudden, pierced through the fragile wonder of our communication. What was it doing here? Had it somehow survived the destruction of the smaller mirror? Or was this a memory, a part of the entity's own history being revealed to the language of light? The calming blue light flickered and turned a deep, agitated red. The coldness in the apartment intensified. No longer a curious chill, but a biting, hostile presence. The amorphous form writhed, its gentle movements replaced by agitated spasms. The language of light had suddenly turned ominous, revealing a connection to the darkness we thought we had banished. The curious cold had taken on a sinister edge, and the silent observer was no longer just an enigma, but a potential harbinger of a renewed threat. The unsettled dust of our previous battle had indeed stirred, and the new presence in my apartment might be far more connected to the old terror than we could have ever imagined. The fragile bridge of light we had begun to build now felt precarious, threatened by the shadow of a darkness we thought we had left behind. The mystery of the shimmering entity had taken a terrifying turn, and the language of light might be revealing a truth far more sinister than we were prepared to face. Story 15. Echoes of the Tether. The sudden appearance of the hunched figure silhouette within the shimmering entity was like a jolt of ice water, shattering the fragile wonder of our communication. The agitated red light pulsed erratically, and the curious cold in the apartment intensified, morphing into a familiar, biting hostility. The amorphous form writhed, its earlier gentle movements now jerky and unsettling. "It saw it too," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear. It recognized it. The connection between this new, inquisitive presence and malevolent entity we had banished suddenly became terrifyingly clear. This wasn't just a curious observer. It was connected, somehow, to the darkness we thought we had left behind. The red light intensified, and the silhouette of the hunched figure within the shimmering form became more distinct, almost solid for fleeting moments. It seemed to be agitated, struggling. The high-pitched hum returned, now laced with discordant, almost pain undertone. Maybe it's trapped? I suggested, a desperate attempt to find a less terrifying explanation. Maybe the banished entity left a part of itself behind, clinging to this traveler? Sarah looked doubtful. Or maybe this is a traveler, and it somehow became entangled with the other entity. The tether, maybe it wasn't just a separate being, but a part of a larger consciousness. Mrs. Albright, when we frantically contacted her, offered a grim possibility. The destruction of the vessel might have fragmented the entity, she theorized. Parts of it might have latched onto other, open conduits. This shimmering presence, it might be carrying a residual echo, a fragment of the original darkness. Her words were deeply unsettling. We hadn't truly banished the entity. We might have just scattered it, making it potentially harder to track and destroy. The agitated red light continued to pulse, and the silhouette within the shimmering form seemed to weaken, its edges flickering and dissolving. The coldness in the apartment fluctuated, interspersed with moments of intense heat. It was as if the entity was in some kind of internal struggle. Then, the shimmering form began to project images again, but these were different from the cosmic wonders we had seen before. These were fractured, distorted memories, glimpses of the Vance Manor, the antique mirror, the shadowy figure looming over a bed. They were echoes of my terror, my experiences. It was as if the entity was sifting through the residual energy in my apartment, reliving the events that had led to its banishment. And the appearance of the hunched figure was a key, a trigger for these painful memories. The red light intensified further, and the silhouette of the hunched figure within the shimmering form seemed to reach out, its shadowy hand mirroring the gesture to the larger shadow in my nightmares. A wave of icy dread washed over me, the familiar feeling of sleep paralysis creeping at the edges of my awareness. "It's trying to get to you," Sarah gasped, pulling me back from the mesmerizing, terrifying display. "It's using its memories, your fear." We broke the connection, extinguishing the lights and creating a barrier of salt around ourselves. The shimmering form continued to pulse its agitated red light, the distorted memories flickering within it, but it couldn't reach us directly. The mark of the vigil on my window seemed to glow faintly, as if reacting to the renewed threat. It was still a barrier, but it felt fragile, overwhelmed by the intensity of the entity's distress and its connection to the banished darkness. "We need to understand why it's showing us these things," I said, my voice trembling. "Why the hunched figure? What was its role?" Mrs. Albright suggested delving deeper into the lore surrounding the tethered guardian, the smaller figure we had encountered in the Vance Manor. The ancient texts have been vague, but perhaps there were more specific legends, more detailed descriptions of its nature and purpose. Our research led us down a rabbit hole of obscure folklore. Some legends spoke of the tethered guardian as a warden, bound to the vessel to prevent the larger entity from escaping. Others described it as a parasite, feeding off the entity's power and amplifying its malice. The fragmented accounts offered no clear answers, only more questions. Then, we found a particularly disturbing passage in an old grimoire. It spoke of entities being bound together, their consciousness intertwined through a ritualistic tether. The destruction of one could leave a lingering echo, a psychic imprint on the other. Could the shimmering entity be carrying not just a memory of the tethered guardian, but a part of its very essence? Was it experiencing the shock and pain of its destruction? The agitated red light in my apartment continued to pulse, the distorted memories flickering within it. The curious cold had become a chilling reminder of a connection to a darkness that refused to stay banished. The unsettled dust of our previous battle had indeed stirred, and the echoes of the tether were now resonating within this new, enigmatic presence, threatening to reignite the terror we had fought so hard to overcome. The fragile piece remained elusive, constantly threatened by the lingering shadows of the past and the unsettling mystery of the curious cold. The journey into the unknown had taken another dark turn, and the echoes of the tether were a chilling reminder that some bonds, even when broken, can leave behind persistent and dangerous resonances. Story 16, The Silent Plea. The agitated red light pulsed with frantic energy, the distorted memories flashing within the shimmering form like a broken film reel. The silhouette of the hunched figure appeared and disappeared, a fleeting image of pain and confusion. The curious cold had intensified, now laced with a palpable sense of distress. "It's not attacking us," Sarah murmured, her brow furrowed in thought. "It's grieving, or in pain." The realization shifted our perspective. This wasn't a renewed attack. It was a raw display of anguish, an echo of the severed connection to the tethered guardian. The shimmering entity, in its alien way, was expressing a profound loss. The distorted memories continued to flicker. The dark room, the antique mirror, the looming shadow, but now interspersed with fleeting images of the hunched figure, its silent vigilance, its hunched posture, a sense of servitude? What if the tethered guardian wasn't malicious? I wondered aloud, What if it was bound to the larger entity? A prisoner, like the entity was to the mirror? Mrs. Albright, after hearing our updated observations, offered compelling theory. The grimoire spoke of intertwined consciousness. She reminded us, if they were bound that deeply, the destruction of one would leave a significant psychic wound on the other. This shimmering entity, it might be experiencing the phantom pain of that severed connection. Her words resonated with the raw emotion we were witnessing. The agitated red light, the flickering memories, the intensified cold, all felt like a primal scream of loss. We decided to try a different approach, shifting from defense to offering solace. Following Mrs. Albright's guidance, we created a calm and quiet space, diffusing soothing scents and playing gentle, resonant music. We focus our own intentions on peace and understanding, projecting those feelings towards a distressed entity. Slowly, gradually, the agitated red light began to soften, transitioning to a deep melancholic blue. The flickering memories became less frantic, lingering longer on the image of the hunched figure, now imbued with a sense of quiet sorrow. The intensified cold receded slightly, replaced by a heavy, almost mournful stillness. The shimmering form drifted slowly through the air, its movements now languid and heavy. It projected a single image, clearer and more sustained than the others. The hunched figure standing beside the larger shadow, not with malice, but with a sense of weary resignation. It was a plea, a silent testament to a complex relationship we had only glimpsed. The tethered guardian wasn't a purely malevolent amplifier. It was bound, perhaps even suffering alongside the larger entity. Its destruction wasn't a victory against pure evil, but a severing of a bond, leaving behind profound echo of loss. The melancholic blue light pulsed gently, and the shimmering form seemed to deflate slightly, its energy less intense. It was as if, in showing us its pain, it had released some of its anguish. Days turned into a quiet vigil. The shimmering entity remained, its presence now a somber one. It still responded to our gentle music and peaceful intentions with soft pulses of blue light and occasional, fleeting images, not of terror, but of a shared, intertwined existence. The mark of the vigil on my window remained, a silent sentinel. Mrs. Albright theorized that it might be reacting to the residual negative energy still clinging to the entity, the echoes of the banished darkness. We realized that our initial understanding of the situation had been too simplistic. The world beyond the veil wasn't a binary of good and evil. There were complexities, bonds, and consequences we hadn't considered. The destruction of the smaller mirror, while necessary to banish the larger entity, had caused unforeseen pain to this other being, this traveler who had somehow become entangled in its darkness. Our focus shifted from banishment to offering comfort, to helping this being process its loss and perhaps find its own way back to its own reality. We continued our gentle interactions, creating a space of peace and acceptance in my apartment. The melancholic blue light persisted, and the shimmering form's movements became even slower, almost fading. The coldness receded entirely, replaced by a neutral, almost absent temperature. It was as if the entity was slowly withdrawing, its energy dissipating. Then, one morning, the shimmering form was gone. The air in the space where it had resided felt normal, the faint hum absent. The curious cold had finally lifted, replaced by the familiar warmth of my apartment. Only the mark of the vigil on my window remained, a faint, enduring symbol. Mrs. Albright believed it would eventually fade, a sign that the residual negative energy had dissipated. The departure of the shimmering entity left a strange void. We had faced terror, but we had also witnessed profound sorrow and a complex connection we hadn't understood. The experience had broadened our understanding of the unseen world, revealing its intricate tapestry of interconnectedness. The unsettled dust of our previous battle had finally settled, leaving behind not a renewed threat, but a poignant reminder of the unseen consequences of our actions and the potential for unexpected connections in the vastness beyond our own reality. The silence of my apartment now felt truly peaceful, the lingering unease replaced by a quiet contemplation of the mysteries we had encountered. The journey into the unknown had offered a profound and unexpected lesson. Even in the face of darkness, there can be echoes of connection and potential for unexpected understanding. And sometimes the most powerful response isn't banishment, but empathy. The mark of the vigil on my window, though still present, no longer felt like a warning, but a testament to protective energy that had guided us through a terrifying and ultimately poignant encounter. The comfortable rhythm of my life began to reassert itself once more, now imbued with a deeper appreciation for the unseen world and a complex tapestry of existence that lies just beyond the veil. Story 17. The fading mark. The weeks that followed the departure of the shimmering entity brought a gradual return to a more stable sense of normalcy. The apartment felt truly cleansed, the residual cold and the lingering sense of otherness completely gone. The silence was no longer charged with unseen presence, but felt like genuine peace. The mark of the vigil on my bedroom window, however, remained a faint but persistent reminder of the tumultuous events we had endured. It had faded considerably, its once sharp lines now blurred and indistinct, as if its protective energy was slowly dissipating. Mrs. Albright said it would fade. Sarah reassured me one morning as we sat drinking coffee. It absorbed a lot of negative energy. It just needs time to dissipate completely. I hope she was right. While the immediate terror had subsided, the memory of the shadows, the cold, and the unsettling presence of the entities lingered, a stark reminder of the unseen world that had briefly intersected with our own. The mark, even in its fading state, felt like a tether to that experience, a visual echo of the fear we had overcome. Life began to resume its familiar rhythm. I threw myself back into my architectural work, finding solace in the clean lines and logical structures of design. Sarah returned to her research at the Historical Society, her curiosity about the occult now tempered with a healthy dose of caution. We spoke often, processing our experiences, trying to make sense of the terrifying and poignant events we had shared. One afternoon, I received a call from the probate lawyer who had handled my grandmother's estate. He informed me that the remaining contents of the Vance Manor had been cleared out and that the property was ready to be put on the market. He asked if I wanted to take one last look before he finalized the arrangements. A strange sense of obligation, mixed with lingering curiosity, compelled me to agree. Sarah offered to accompany me, and a few days later, we found ourselves driving back to the rural town. The Vance Manor looked even more desolate in the bright sunlight, its decaying facade a stark reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded within its walls. The overgrown ground seemed less ominous now, the heavy atmosphere we had felt before significantly lighter. Stepping inside felt different too. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the more natural quiet of an empty, abandoned building. The dust lay undisturbed, the echoes of the past fainter. The hidden room, where we had confronted the shadows and shattered the tether, felt strangely neutral, devoid of the intense energy that had permeated it before. As I walked through the empty rooms, a sense of closure began to settle over me. The house no longer felt haunted, but simply sad, a relic of life and a family lost to a dark and tragic history. In the library, where we had discovered the hidden passage, I noticed something I had overlooked before. Tucked away in a corner, beneath a pile of decaying ledgers, was a small wooden box. It was plain and unadorned, unlike the ornate objects scattered throughout the house. Curiosity piqued. I opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a small, intricately carved wooden amulet. The carving depicted the same triangular symbol with a circle inside, the mark of the vigil. A wave of understanding washed over me. This must have belonged to my grandmother, a personal talisman of protection, a tangible representation of her silent battle against the darkness. Holding in my hand, I felt a faint warmth, a subtle resonance of protective energy. "Sarah, look at this," I said, showing her the amulet. Sarah examined it closely, her expression thoughtful. She was fighting it all along, wasn't she? Trying to contain it, to protect herself, and maybe even you. The realization added another layer of depth to my understanding of my grandmother. She wasn't just a distant relative living a solitary life. She was a guardian, a silent warrior against an ancient evil, and the antique mirror, her inheritance, had been her burden, holding the amulet. I felt a sense of connection to her I had never experienced before, a sense of gratitude for her unseen efforts, and a renewed determination to ensure that the darkness remained banished. We left the Vance Manor that afternoon, the small wooden amulet now tucked safely in my pocket. The house stood silent behind us, finally ready to be released to its fate. Back in my apartment, I placed the amulet on my bedside table, a small, unassuming object that held profound significance. The mark of the vigil on my window was now barely visible, a ghost of its former self. Life continued its slow return to equilibrium. The terrifying events we had endured had left their mark, a deeper understanding of the unseen world, and a newfound appreciation for a fragile piece of the ordinary. But the lingering unease had finally begun to fade, replaced by a quiet sense of resolution. The unsettled dust had truly settled, and the fading mark on my window was a visual confirmation of a battle won, and a silent tribute to the grandmother I had never truly known. The comfortable rhythm of my life, though forever altered by the echoes of the past, had finally found its way back, grounded by the small wooden amulet and a quiet understanding of the silent guardian who had come before me. The journey into the darkness had ended, leaving behind not just fear, but a profound sense of connection and a hard-won peace. Story 18, The Lingering Resonance. Months passed, and the overt signs of the terrifying events surrounding the antique mirror receded further into memory. The mark of the vigil on my window finally vanished completely, leaving the glass clean and clear. My apartment felt like my own again, a safe and familiar space. The small wooden amulet I had found at the Vance Manor became a quiet source of comfort, a tangible link to my grandmother's hidden strength. Life resumed its familiar patterns. Work kept me busy, and my evenings were once again my own, filled with the simple pleasures I had once taken for granted. Sarah and I remained close, our shared experience forging a bond that went beyond friendship. We rarely spoke of the shadows and the entities anymore, a tacit agreement to let the healing process unfold. Yet, despite the return of normalcy, something had shifted within me. I had become more sensitive. I would occasionally catch fleeting glimpses of my peripheral vision, shadows that danced just beyond the edge of my sight. Sometimes, a sudden drop in temperature in a room would send a shiver down my spine, a faint echo of the curious cold. These weren't the terrifying manifestations of the entity, but subtle reminders of the unseen world, a world I now knew existed just beyond the veil. I found myself more attuned to certain places, certain objects. Antique stores, once a source of fascination, now sometimes felt charged, carrying a faint resonance of past energies. Old houses often held a palpable atmosphere, a whisper of the lives lived within their walls. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was a constant awareness, a subtle hum beneath the surface of my everyday experience. One afternoon, while browsing a local flea market, I was drawn to a small, tarnished silver locket. It wasn't particularly remarkable, but as I picked it up, I felt a distinct wave of sadness wash over me, a brief but intense emotion that didn't feel like my own. It was as if the locket held a lingering echo of the sorrow of its previous owner. I quickly put it down, a sense of unease settling over me. Sarah, who was browsing nearby, noticed my reaction. "You okay?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern. "Yeah," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Just a weird feeling, like something was attached to that locket." Sarah nodded slowly, understanding in her eyes. "It happens. Some objects hold on to things." We left the flea market shortly after, a shared sense of caution coloring our afternoon. The experience served as a reminder that the unseen world wasn't entirely banished from our lives. It was still there, its echoes sometimes lingering in unexpected places. A few weeks later, I started having vivid dreams again, but these were different from the nightmares that had plagued me during the haunting. These dreams were fragmented, symbolic, filled with swirling colors and indistinct voices. They didn't evoke terror, but a sense of searching, of something trying to communicate in a language I still didn't fully understand. I mentioned the dreams to Sarah, and we both felt a familiar sense of unease. Could this be another entity trying to reach out? Or was it a residual echo of the shimmering presence, a faint attempt at contact that lingered in my subconscious? We consulted Mrs. Albright, her expression thoughtful as she listened to my description of the dreams. The veil can be thin in certain individuals, especially those who have had direct contact with the other side, she explained. Your sensitivity might be heightened now. These dreams, they could be anything. A residual echo, as you suspected. Or perhaps something new. Her words left us with a sense of uncertainty. Had we truly closed the door, or had we merely cracked it open wider, making ourselves more susceptible to other unseen influences? The dreams continued, growing slightly more vivid, the colors more intense, the voices almost forming coherent words. One night, I dreamt of a vast, star-filled sky and a single luminous point of light moving slowly towards me, accompanied by a faint melodic hum. The feeling wasn't threatening, but intensely curious, a sense of anticipation. I woke up with a jolt, the image of the approaching light, and the faint hum lingering in my mind. The memory felt strangely familiar, a faint echo of the shimmering entity. The mark of the vigil on my window was long gone, but a new sense of anticipation, tinged with a subtle unease, had taken its place. The comfortable rhythm of my life felt slightly off-kilter again, the quiet peace punctuated by the lingering resonance of the unseen world. Had we truly found closure, or was this the beginning of a new, perhaps less terrified but equally mysterious chapter? The unsettled dust had settled, but the echoes remained, in the vast, star-filled sky of my dream felt like a silent invitation, or perhaps a subtle warning of more to come. The journey into the unseen, it seemed, might not be truly over. Story 19, the approaching light, the image of the luminous point of light moving towards me in the vast, star-strewn expanse lingered in my mind long after I woke. The faint melodic hum from the dream seemed to echo in the silence of my apartment. It wasn't a frightening dream, but the sense of anticipation, the feeling of something approaching, was undeniably unsettling. I recounted the dream to Sarah over coffee, my voice hushed with a mixture of awe and apprehension. It felt significant, I said, not threatening, but like a prelude to something. Sarah listened intently, her expression thoughtful. The star-filled sky like a melodic hum. It sounds similar to the shimmering entity, but different, more focused. We contacted Mrs. Albright, and she listened to my description with a renewed sense of intrigue. The veil is thin for you now, Alex, she reiterated. These dreams could be genuine contact, a new presence drawn to your heightened sensitivity. The light and the hum, it suggests a more benevolent entity, perhaps even one that travels through different dimensions. Her words offer a sliver of reassurance, but the unknown nature of this potential contact still filled me with a sense of caution. We had dealt with malevolence. Could we trust something that presented itself as light and sound? The dreams continued nightly, each one offering a slightly clearer image of the approaching light. It began to take on more defined shape, a luminous orb, pulsating gently with soft, shifting colors that reminded me of distant nebulae. The melodic hum grew slightly louder, more distinct, almost like a form of celestial music. With each dream, the feeling of anticipation intensified. It felt as though this entity was getting closer, its presence in my subconscious growing stronger. During the day, I would occasionally catch fleeting glimpses of shimmering light in the corners of my vision, accompanied by a faint, almost subliminal hum. "It's trying to reach you," Sarah said one afternoon, noticing my distracted state. "It's bleeding into your waking hours." We decided to try another controlled contact, this time focusing on welcoming and peaceful intentions. We created a similar space to our previous attempts, with soft lighting, calming scents, and gentle music. As we meditated, Focusing on open communication, the air in the room began to shimmer faintly, and the subtle hum became more audible. Then a beam of soft, multicolored light emanated from the center of the room, coalescing into a luminous orb that pulsed gently, mirroring the orb from my dreams. The melodic hum filled the apartment, a beautiful, ethereal sound that resonated deep within me. There was no sense of coldness, no feeling of dread, only a profound sense of peace and gentle curiosity. The orb of light drifted slowly towards us, its colors shifting and swirling in a mesmerizing display. "It's here," Sarah breathed, her voice filled with awe. As the orb approached, a sense of calm understanding washed over me. It felt ancient, wise, and utterly benevolent. It projected images into my mind, not fractured memories, but visions of vast cosmic landscapes, swirling galaxies and interconnected webs of light and energy. It felt like an invitation, a glimpse into the fabric of the universe. Then a gentle, telepathic communication began, not in words, but in pure thought and emotion. It conveyed a sense of journey, of traveling through dimensions, drawn by a resonance, a flicker of light that emanated from me during our encounters with the banished entity. It was curious about our world, about our experiences, and offered a sense of peaceful exchange. The encounter was unlike anything we had experienced before. There was no fear, only a profound sense of connection to something vast and ancient, something that had traveled unimaginable distances drawn by an unexpected beacon. Over the next few days, the luminous orb remained a gentle presence in my apartment, our communication deepening. It showed us more of its reality, its journey through the cosmos, its encounters with other forms of life and energy. It absorbed our stories, our emotions, our understanding of the universe. It was a silent exchange of knowledge and experience, a bridge built between two vastly different realities through the language of light and thought. The mark of the vigil on my window remained gone, its protective energy no longer needed. The lingering resonance of the unseen world had led not to renewed terror, but to an unexpected and peaceful contact. The unsettled dust had settled, and the approaching light had brought not a threat, but a profound sense of wonder and connection to the vastness of the cosmos. The comfortable rhythm of my life had been expanded, enriched by this extraordinary encounter, a testament to the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the veil of our everyday perception. The journey into the unseen had taken another unexpected turn, leading not into darkness, but into the light of a universe far more complex and wondrous than I had ever imagined. Story 20. Echoes of Departure. Days flowed into a quiet week with a luminous orb as our silent guest. Our telepathic exchanges deepened, a flow of thoughts, emotions, and images passing between us and the ancient traveler. We learned of its long journey through the cosmos, its encounters with civilizations beyond our comprehension, and its endless quest for knowledge and understanding. It, in turn, seemed fascinated by our world, our emotions, our limited yet persistent curiosity about the universe. There was a profound sense of peace in its presence, a calming energy that permeated the apartment. The subtle hum it emitted became a comforting background to our days. It felt less like an alien presence and more like a gentle, wise observer, sharing its vast experiences without judgment or expectation. However, there was also an underlying sense of transience. The traveler spoke of the need to move on, of other resonances it felt across the vastness of space, other whispers of curiosity calling to it. Its visit, while profound, was temporary. The thought of its departure brought a quiet sadness. In a short time, this luminous presence had opened my mind to possibilities I had never conceived, had shown me glimpses of a universe teeming with wonders and mysteries. The thought of returning to the mundane reality we had inhabited before felt limiting. One evening, as the orb pulsed with soft, farewell hue, it projected a final series of images into my mind. These weren't vast cosmic landscapes or alien civilizations, but something more personal. It showed me images of myself, of Sarah, of Mrs. Albright, surrounded by a gentle, protective light. It conveyed a sense of gratitude for our openness and a promise that the connection we had forged would remain a faint resonance across the dimensions. Then, with a final soft hum and a gentle pulse of light that seemed to embrace the entire room, the luminous orb began to ascend slowly. It drifted upwards, towards the ceiling, its colors fading slightly as it moved. There was a sense of quiet farewell, a silent acknowledgement of the bond we had shared. As it reached the ceiling, the light intensified momentarily, and then, with a soft, almost imperceptible ripple in the air, it was gone. The apartment felt instantly quieter, the familiar sounds of the city returning to fill the void left by the melodic hum. The gentle warmth that had permeated the room dissipated, leaving behind the normal temperature. A profound silence settled over Sarah and me. We looked at each other, a mixture of sadness and a deep sense of gratitude in our eyes. We had been touched by something extraordinary, something that had traveled light years to share its wisdom and its peace. The days that followed felt strangely empty. The absence of the luminous orb and its gentle presence was palpable. My apartment felt ordinary again, yet I knew I had been changed. The glimpses of the cosmos, the sense of connection to something vast and ancient, remained within me, a new perspective on the universe and our place within it. The small wooden amulet in my bedside table felt warmer now, a subtle reminder of protective energies that had guided me through both terror and wonder. The memory of my grandmother, the silent guardian, was now intertwined with the memory of the luminous traveler, two unexpected connections across the veil. Life continued its course, but with a subtle difference. I found myself looking at the night sky with a newfound sense of awe, imagining the countless journeys taking place across the cosmos. The occasional fleeting shimmer of my peripheral vision no longer sparked fear, but a sense of gentle curiosity, a whisper of the light that had visited. Sarah and I often spoke of our encounter, trying to fully process the extraordinary events. We visited Mrs. Albright, who listened with a knowing smile. "The universe has many wonders to reveal to those who are open," she said. "You have opened yourselves, and you have been blessed." The mark of the vigil remained gone, its purpose fulfilled. The unsettling dust had truly settled, leaving behind not just peace, but a sense of expanded possibility. The comfortable rhythm of my life had returned, but was now infused with a quiet sense of wonder, a lingering resonance of the light that had departed, a silent promise of the vast and interconnected universe that lay just beyond our everyday perception. The journey into the unseen had taken its most unexpected turn, leading not to darkness or fear, but to a profound and peaceful connection with something truly extraordinary, leaving behind an echo of light and a quiet sense of hope for the mysteries yet to be revealed. Story 21. The Faint Whisper. The months that followed the luminous traveler's peaceful departure brought a sense of profound calm to my life. The apartment felt truly cleansed, not just of malevolent energies, but the lingering strangeness of interdimensional contact. The memory of the orb's gentle light and the feeling of telepathic connection remained a cherished secret, a reminder of the universe's boundless wonders. Life resumed its familiar patterns with a renewed sense of appreciation. The vibrant colors of the sunset seemed richer, the vast expanse of the night sky more awe-inspiring. The small wooden amulet remained on my bedside table, a silent anchor to the extraordinary experiences I had undergone. Sarah and I continued to navigate our lives, the bond forged through shared terror and wonder now a deep and understanding friendship. We spoke less of the unseen, but the awareness of its potential presence remained a subtle undercurrent in our conversations. Then, subtly at first, I began to notice a faint whisper. It wasn't an audible sound, not something my ears could physically detect. Instead, it was a whisper in the back of my mind, a fleeting sensation sound just beyond the threshold of conscious thought. It was like the faintest echo of the luminous orb's melodic hum, but different, less clear, more fragmented. At first, I dismissed it as my imagination, a lingering echo of the extraordinary events. But the whisper persisted, occurring sporadically throughout the day, often in moments of quiet contemplation or just before falling asleep. It wasn't alarming, but it was undeniably there, Are you hearing anything strange? I asked Sarah one afternoon, a hesitant tone in my voice. Sarah looked at me, her brow furrowed with concern. Like what? I struggled to describe it. It's not exactly hearing. It's a feeling of a whisper, faint like something just out of reach. Sarah listened patiently as I tried to articulate the sensation. It could be residual psychic energy, she suggested, like the fading of the mark of the vigil, but internal. We consulted Mrs. Albright, who listened with her usual thoughtful demeanor. The connection you forged with the luminous traveler was significant, Alex, she said. It opened pathways within your mind. This whisper, it could be a faint echo of its communication, a residual resonance. Her explanation was plausible, and for a while, I accepted it. The whisper remained faint and infrequent, a gentle reminder of a connection across the stars. However, as the weeks passed, the whisper began to change. It became slightly clearer, less like a random echo and more like a voice. Still not fully formed words, but distinct sounds, almost like syllables. And with this change came a subtle shift in feeling. The initial neutrality was replaced by a faint sense of longing, or perhaps a seeking. The dreams also returned, no longer the vast cosmic landscapes, but more focused, more directed. I dreamt of the luminous orb again, but it seemed further away, its light dimmer. And in the background, I could almost discern a faint, rhythmic pattern, like a pulse. The whisper during my waking hours began to align with this rhythm. It felt like a response, a faint echo reaching back across the distance. It feels like it's trying to contact me again, I told Sarah, a sense of renewed wonder and a touch of trepidation in my voice. Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and caution. Another contact? But it said goodbye. I know, I replied, but this feels different, more urgent somehow. We discussed the possibility with Mrs. Albright, and her initial caution gave way to a cautious curiosity. The pathways are open, she conceded. Perhaps there is more to this connection than we initially understood. But be careful, Alex. Not all that whispers in the void is benevolent. Her warning resonated with a primal instinct within me. The luminous traveler had felt pure and good. But what if this faint echo was something else entirely? Something drawn to the residual energy of that contact? The whisper continued, growing slightly stronger, the rhythmic pulse in my dreams more insistent. It felt like a beacon, faint but persistent, reaching out across an unimaginable distance. And with it came a growing sense that I needed to respond, that there was something more to this faint whisper than a mere echo of departure. The comfortable rhythm of my life had begun to subtly shift again, the quiet peace punctuated by the persistent, almost beckoning whisper from the unseen. The journey into the unknown, it seemed, might not be over after all. Story 22, the resonant frequency. The faint whisper had become a persistent companion, a subtle undercurrent to my waking hours. It was no longer just a fleeting sensation, but a near constant presence, a soft murmur just beyond the edge of comprehension. The rhythmic pulsing from my dreams had also bled into my waking consciousness, a faint vibration that seemed to resonate within my very bones. It's getting stronger, I told Sarah, rubbing my temples in an attempt to focus on the architectural blueprints spread across the table. The whisper, the pulsing, it's like something is trying to tune in. Sarah watched me with concern. Are you sleeping okay? Maybe it's just stress. I shook my head. It doesn't feel like stress. It feels external, like a faint signal I'm picking up. We try to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. Perhaps it was some kind of neurological phenomenon, a subtle form of tinnitus triggered by the intense psychic experiences. But the feeling of directed intent, the sense of signal reaching out, felt too strong to dismiss. We consulted Mrs. Albright again, and she suggested trying a form of meditative listening, a focused attempt to discern the nature of the whisper and the pulse. Open your mind, she advised. Don't try to interpret. Just listen to the feeling, the rhythm. See if any patterns emerge. Following her guidance, I found a quiet space in my apartment and closed my eyes, focusing inward. The faint whisper was there, a soft, almost breath-like sound. The rhythmic pulsing was a gentle vibration, like a distant heartbeat. As I focused, I began to notice a subtle pattern within the pulse, a sequence of slightly stronger beats followed by a pause. The whisper seemed to fluctuate in intensity, sometimes aligning with the stronger beats of the pulse. It was like two separate signals, intertwined yet distinct. "I'm picking up a pattern," I told Sarah later, my voice hushed with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "The pulse has a rhythm, and the whisper seems to sync with it." Sarah looked intrigued. "Like a language? A form of communication?" The possibility was both exhilarating and daunting. If this was indeed a deliberate attempt at contact, what was the message, and who or what was sending it? Over the next few days, I dedicated time each day to this meditative listening. The patterns in the pulse became clearer, more defined. The whisper, while still not forming recognizable words, began to carry a distinct emotional tone, a sense of gentle curiosity, mixed with a hint of urgency. The dreams also evolved. The luminous orb was still present, but now it seemed to be interacting with other points of light in the vast star-filled sky, as if part of a larger network. The rhythmic pulse from the dreams now felt stronger, almost like a beacon emanating from the orb. The whisper during my waking hours seemed to be echoing this beacon, a faint response reaching back. It felt like a call and a response, a subtle dialogue across an immense distance. "I think it is the traveler," I told Sarah, a sense of certainty growing within me. "It's trying to reach out again." But why? It had said its farewell. What could be so important that it would attempt to reestablish contact across the dimensions? We consulted Mrs. Albright, and she cautioned against assuming too much. "The pathways are open, yes," she said, "but be mindful. Other entities might be drawn to these open channels, mimicking familiar signals." Her warning echoed my own underlying unease. The gentle curiosity I sensed in the whisper and the pulse felt genuine, but the possibility of deception, of something else masquerading as a luminous traveler, couldn't be ignored. We decided to proceed with caution, attempting a more direct form of communication during my meditative listening. Focusing my intent, I mentally projected feelings of peace and welcome toward the faint signals. The response was immediate. The rhythmic pulse intensified, becoming a stronger, more resonant vibration. The whisper grew clearer, almost forming a single, drawn-out syllable, a soft, high-pitched sound that resonated with a feeling of longing. It felt like an echo of the traveler's gentle hum, but imbued with a sense of distance and a subtle plea. The resonant frequency was strengthening, the connection becoming clearer, but the urgency I sensed was growing, leaving me with a profound sense of anticipation and a knot of apprehension. What did the traveler want? And why did it feel so far away? The comfortable rhythm of my life had been replaced by the insistent pulse and the beckoning whisper, a subtle symphony of interdimensional communication that held both wonder and a growing sense of unknown urgency. The journey into the unseen was far from over, and the resonant frequency seemed to be drawing me further into its mysteries. Story 23. The Distant Call. The resonant frequency had intensified. The rhythmic pulse now a distinct vibration that seemed to hum within the very air of my apartment. The faint whisper had also grown clearer, no longer just a breath-like sound, but a soft, high-pitched tone that carried a distinct emotional weight, a blend of longing and a subtle urgency that tugged at my awareness. During my meditative listening, the pulse and the whisper seemed to intertwine more deliberately, almost forming a rudimentary language of rhythm and tone. The pulse would shift in tempo and intensity, and the whisper would rise and fall in pitch, sometimes aligning with the stronger beats, sometimes creating a counterpoint. "It feels like it's trying to tell us something specific now," I told Sarah after one particularly intense session. "The patterns are more complex, more structured." Sarah nodded, her gaze fixed on my face. "Did you get any sense of what it is?" I hesitated. A feeling of distance and need, like it's far away and needs help. The dreams had also become more vivid and focused. The luminous orb was still present, but it appeared dimmer, its light flickering intermittently. The rhythmic pulse in the dreams now felt like a distress signal, a faint but persistent beacon emanating from a great distance. And in the background, I could almost perceive a sense of turbulence, swirling energies that seemed to buffet the fading light. The whisper during my waking hours now often carried a distinct feeling of fear. It was still soft and high-pitched, but there was an underlying tremor, a sense of vulnerability that resonated deeply within me. "I think it's in trouble," I said to Sarah, my voice filled with a growing sense of urgency. "The traveler, something's wrong." We shared our concerns with Mrs. Albright, and her usual calm demeanor was tinged with a new sense of gravity. "If the luminous entity is indeed reaching out again and with such urgency, it suggests a dire situation," she said. "Entities that travel between dimensions are often beings of immense power. If it is vulnerable, the threat must be significant." Her words amplified my own growing unease. The peaceful contact we had experienced now felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the faint but persistent call for help. We discussed how we might be able to respond. Our previous communication had been passive, a receptive listening. Could we actively reach back across the dimensions? Mrs. Albright suggested attempting a focused projection of energy and intent, a mental beacon of reassurance and support. "Think of it as sending out a light of your own," she instructed. "Focus your positive energy, your willingness to help, and project it towards the source of the call." Following her guidance, Sarah and I sat together in a quiet space, holding hands and focused our collective energy. We visualized a luminous orb, picturing it surrounded by a warm, protective light. We mentally projected feelings of hope, strength, and a desire to assist. The response was immediate and powerful. The rhythmic pulsing in my mind intensified dramatically, becoming a resonant vibration that filled my entire being. The faint whisper surged in clarity, almost forming a coherent phrase, a soft, high-pitched sound that resonated with a feeling of gratitude and a renewed sense of hope. In my subsequent dreams, the luminous orb seemed to brighten slightly, its flickering light becoming more stable. The sense of turbulence in the background seemed to lessen. The distant call felt a little less desperate, a little more hopeful. The faint whisper during my waking hours now often carried a feeling of guidance. It was still soft and high-pitched, but there was a sense of direction, almost like a subtle pointing toward something. "I think it heard us," I said to Sarah, a sense of relief washing over me. "It knows we're trying to help." But the feeling of distance and the underlying urgency remained. The call was still faint, a distant beacon across an immense void. We had established a connection, a two-way resonance, but the nature of the trouble and how we could truly assist remained a mystery. The comfortable rhythm of my life had been completely overtaken by the distant call, a persistent and urgent plea echoing across the dimensions. The journey into the unseen had taken another dramatic turn, and the faint whisper was now a beacon guiding us toward an unknown crisis in the vast expanse beyond our own reality. Story 24, The Guiding Resonance. The distant call had transformed into a guiding resonance, the rhythmic pulse now a steady vibration that seemed to align with my own heartbeat. The faint whisper had become clearer still, a soft, high-pitched tone that often carried a distinct directional quality, a subtle nudge in a particular mental direction. During my meditative listening, the patterns in the pulse and the fluctuations in the whisper felt increasingly purposeful, almost like a rudimentary form of navigation. The pulse would quicken or slow, and the whisper would rise or fall in pitch, seemingly guiding my mental focus towards specific images or sensations. "It's showing me vast networks of light," I told Sarah after one session, my voice hushed with awe, "like interconnected pathways across the cosmos. And the whisper, it feels like it's urging me to follow one of them." Sarah nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on mine. "Do you recognize any of the pathways? Anything familiar?" I shook my head. "They're all alien, immense, but there's a feeling, a pull, towards one in particular. It feels fainter, more turbulent, like the one I sense in my dreams. The dreams have become increasingly focused on this turbulent pathway. The luminous orb, while still dimmer than during its visit, now seemed to be struggling along this chaotic stream of energy, buffeted by swirling vortexes of shadow and distorted light. The rhythmic pulse in the dreams now carried a stronger sense of urgency, a desperate plea for assistance along a perilous route. The whisper during my waking hours often accompanied a distinct mental image, a sense of a specific constellation or celestial landmark, alien yet somehow resonant. It felt like the traveler was trying to provide a visual anchor, a point of reference in the vast cosmic ocean. "I think it's trying to guide us to it," I said to Sarah, a growing sense of purpose filling me. "It's showing us where it is, the path it's on." We shared this new development with Mrs. Albright, who listened with a thoughtful intensity. "If it can project such specific guidance across the dimensions, its power, even in distress, is considerable," she said. "But the turbulent nature of the pathway, it suggests great danger. We must proceed with extreme caution." We discussed how we could possibly follow this mental map, this guiding resonance. Mrs. Albright suggested a more focused form of psychic projection, a deliberate attempt to send our consciousness along the pathway the traveler was indicating. "It's like astral travel, but guided by another being," she explained. "You must be centered, protected, and willing to follow where it leads, no matter how strange or perilous it may seem." Following her instructions, we prepared for a deep meditative journey. We created a protective circle of salt, lit candles infused with protective herbs, and held a wooden amulet, focusing its energy. As I entered a deep trance, the guiding resonance became stronger, pulling my consciousness away from my physical body. I found myself floating in a vast, star-filled void, the mental image of the turbulent pathway stretching out before me like a chaotic river of light and shadow. The faint whisper became a clearer call, urging me forward, and in the distance, I could see the faint, flickering light of the luminous orb, struggling against the swirling energies. Fear mingled with a powerful sense of determination. This was far beyond anything we had encountered before, a journey into the heart of an alien crisis. But the traveler had reached out to us, had shown us its vulnerability and its desperate need. We couldn't abandon it. Guided by the resonant frequency and the faint whisper, I began to navigate the turbulent pathway, my consciousness following the faint light of the orb. Swirling vortexes of shadow threatened to pull me into oblivion, and bursts of distorted light disoriented my senses. But the traveler's call remained a constant beacon, a faint but persistent guide through the cosmic storm. Sarah, remaining grounded in our protected space, focused her energy on maintaining connection, a silent anchor in the physical realm. Mrs. Albright stood vigil, her presence a reassuring source of ancient wisdom and protective power. The journey was disorienting and perilous, a descent into a chaotic realm of alien energies. But the distant call of the luminous traveler echoed in my mind, a guiding resonance urging me onward towards a faint light that flickered in the overwhelming darkness. The comfortable rhythm of my life had been completely shattered, replaced by a desperate journey along a turbulent cosmic pathway, guided by a faint whisper and a distant call for help. The journey into the unseen had reached its most perilous, profound stage yet, a desperate race against cosmic forces to aid a benevolent being across the vast expanse of dimensions. Story 25, Within the Cosmic Current. The turbulent cosmic pathway was a chaotic maelstrom of raw energy, a disorienting current of light and shadow that threatened to tear my consciousness apart. Vortexes of swirling darkness spun like cosmic whirlpools, their pull a terrifying void that promised oblivion. Bursts of distorted light flashed erratically, momentarily blinding my mental senses and throwing me off course. Yet, through the chaos, the faint whisper persisted, a fragile thread of guidance that resonated with the rhythmic pulse, now a frantic beat urging me onward. The flickering light of the luminous orb, though distant and weak, remained my beacon, a tiny spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness. It felt like navigating a raging river in a fragile boat, the currents pulling in every direction, the destination barely visible through the storm. My mental focus wavered, and the boundaries of my consciousness threatened to dissolve into chaotic energies around me. But the image of Sarah, her face serene and focused in a protected circle, anchored me. Her unwavering presence in the physical realm was a lifeline, a silent reassurance that I wasn't entirely lost in this alien abyss. And the memory of the luminous orb's gentle wisdom, its peaceful presence in my apartment, fueled my determination to reach it. As I pressed forward, guided by the faint whisper, I began to perceive the source of the turbulence. Shadowy forms, vast and amorphous, writhed within the cosmic current, their movements creating the chaotic vortexes and the bursts of distorted light. They felt ancient and malevolent, drawn to the luminous orb like predators to a wounded prey. The rhythmic pulse in the orb intensified, carrying a stronger sense of fear and desperation. The faint whisper became almost a cry for help, its high-pitched tone laced with an urgency that resonated deep within me. I pushed my mental form harder, willing myself to move faster through the turbulent current. The shadowy forms swirled around me, their touch like a wave of icy dread, attempting to latch onto my consciousness and drag me down into the darkness. Drawing on the protective energy imbued in the wooden amulet, I projected a shield of light around my mental form, a fragile barrier against the encroaching shadows. It flickered and strained under their assault, but it held. The guiding whisper became more insistent, pulling me towards a particularly turbulent vortex. Fear clenched my mental core, but I trusted the traveler's guidance. As I entered the vortex, the swirling energies intensified, threatening to tear me apart. But within the chaos, I perceived a narrow channel, a hidden pathway through the storm. Emerging from the vortex, the chaotic energies lessened slightly, and the flickering light of the luminous orb appeared closer, though still weak and surrounded by the shadowy forms. The rhythmic pulse was now a rapid, panic beat. I reached out with my mental consciousness, projecting feelings of reassurance and support toward the struggling orb. The faint whisper echoed my intent, a fragile bridge of hope across the cosmic distance. The orb responded, its flickering light intensifying momentarily, and the rhythmic pulse slowing slightly, a flicker of recognition and gratitude. It projected a mental image towards me, the sense of being trapped, its energy being drained by the surrounding shadows. Understanding dawned. The turbulence wasn't just a natural phenomenon. It was an attack, a deliberate attempt to extinguish the light of the traveler, and it was losing its battle. I knew I had to reach it, to somehow lend my own energy to help it break free from the shadows. But the distance was still vast, and the chaotic current remained a formidable obstacle. The faint whisper, however, now carried a new element, a sense of direction, a subtle urging toward a specific point within the turbulent flow. It was guiding me not just to the orb, but through the darkness. The comfortable rhythm of my life was a distant memory, replaced by the desperate urgency of navigating a hostile cosmic current, my consciousness racing toward a fading light, guided by a fragile whisper and the desperate beat of an alien heart. The journey into the unseen had reached its climax, a perilous race against ancient shadows in the heart of a cosmic storm. Story 26. Joining the light. The guiding whisper pulled me through the chaotic current, leading me toward a specific point within the swirling darkness. It felt like being drawn to the eye of a storm, the turbulent energies intensify around me, but with a sense of focused direction. The flickering light of the luminous orb grew larger, and I could now see the shadowy forms more clearly. Vast, amorphous entities that clung to the orb, their dark tendrils siphoning its light and energy. The rhythmic pulse from the orb was weak and erratic, a desperate flutter against the overwhelming darkness. The faint whisper was now a soft, pleading tone, a direct call for help that resonated with my deepest empathy. As I drew closer, the shadowy entities turned their attention towards me, their amorphous forms shifting, sensing a new source of light approaching. Their icy dread washed over my mental consciousness, a wave of ancient malice that threatened to extinguish my own fragile light. But the image of the luminous orb, its gentle wisdom and peaceful presence, steel my resolve. I focus my energy, drawing strength from Sarah's unwavering anchor and the protective resonance of the wooden amulet. A warm, golden light emanated from my mental form, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. The guiding whisper intensified, urging me to merge with a luminous orb, to join my light with its own. It was a dangerous proposition, a merging of consciousness across dimensions, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. With a deep breath of mental will, I reached out towards a flickering orb, my golden light extending towards its fading radiance. The shadowy entities writhed and hissed, their dark tendrils lashing out to intercept me. But the guiding whisper created a momentary shield, a clear pathway through their assault. As my light touched the orb, a surge of pure energy flowed between us, a merging of consciousness that transcended language and form. I felt the orb's ancient wisdom, its vast knowledge of the cosmos, flooding my mind. I also felt its pain, its struggle against the encroaching darkness, its desperate need for assistance. My own energy flowed into the orb, bolstering its fading light, pushing back against the siphoning shadows. The rhythmic pulse strengthened, becoming a steady, resonant beat once more. The soft, pleading whisper transformed into a wave of gratitude and renewed hope. Together, our combined light shone brighter, pushing back the shadowy entities, their forms recoiling from the intensified radiance. The turbulent cosmic current seemed to calm slightly in our immediate vicinity, the chaotic energies momentarily subdued. But the shadowy entities were numerous and ancient. They regrouped, their amorphous forms swirling around us, their icy dread a palpable threat. The merging of our light had drawn their full attention, and their assault intensified. The guiding whisper, now infused with the orb's ancient wisdom, directed me. It showed me how to channel our combined energy, how to focus our light into a powerful beam capable of piercing the shadows. Together, we focused our will, our merged consciousness channeling our combined light into a brilliant lance of energy. It struck the nearest shadowy entity, and the ancient darkness recoiled with a shriek of pure agony, its amorphous form dissolving into wisps of shadow that dissipated into the cosmic current. We continued our assault, our combined light a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness, pushing back the ancient shadows that threatened to extinguish the light of the cosmos. The turbulent pathway became a battleground, a desperate fight for survival against primordial forces. Sarah, in the protected circle, felt a surge of energy emanating from my merged consciousness, her own focus unwavering, a vital anchor in the physical realm. Mrs. Albright chanted ancient words of protection, her voice a low hum that resonated with the cosmic energies around us. The journey into the unseen had reached its ultimate confrontation, a joining of lights against the encroaching darkness, a desperate battle for survival in the heart of the cosmic current. Story 27, The Banishing Light. Our combined light was a force against the ancient shadows, each focus beam a searing lance that tore through their amorphous forms. Shrieks of primordial agony echoed through the cosmic current as the darkness recoiled from our radiance. The turbulent energies around us began to subside, the chaotic vortexes weakening as the influence of shadowy entities diminished. The guiding whisper, now a clear voice within our merged consciousness, directed our attacks with ancient wisdom and focused intent. It knew the weaknesses of these primordial beings, the specific frequencies of light and energy that could unravel their ancient forms. We moved as one, our thoughts and intentions perfectly aligned. My human resilience and empathy intertwined with the orb's cosmic knowledge and power, creating a synergy that was far greater than the sum of its parts. The shadowy entities, initially overwhelming in their numbers and ancient malice, began to falter, their attacks less coordinated, their forms flickering and dissolving under our relentless assault of light. Sarah, in the protected circle, felt the ebb and flow of cosmic energy through our connection. Her focus remained absolute, her will a steady anchor in the physical realm, channeling protective energies through the wooden amulet. Mrs. Albright's chanting intensified, the ancient words resonating with the very fabric of the cosmos, amplifying our light and weakening the shadows. As we continued our counteroffensive, the turbulent pathway began to stabilize, the chaotic currents smoothing out. The oppressive darkness receded, replaced by the soft, multicolored light of the luminous orb, now shining with renewed strength, augmented by my own energy. The guiding voice within our merged consciousness spoke of a nexus point within this pathway, a convergence of cosmic energies that could be used to banish the remaining shadowy entities back to the void from whence they came. It directed our combined light towards this point, a swirling vortex of pure energy that pulsed in the distance. As we approached the nexus, the remaining shadowy entities made a final, desperate attempt to extinguish our light. They converged upon us, their icy dread a suffocating wave, their dark tendrils lashing out with renewed ferocity. But our merged consciousness was resolute. Focusing all our will, we unleashed a final, brilliant surge of light, amplified by the power of the nexus point. The beam struck the converging shadows with the force of a collapsing star, and their ancient forms erupted in shrieks of ultimate annihilation, dissolving into nothingness. Their malevolent influence banished from this cosmic pathway. A profound silence settled over the stabilized cosmic current. The soft, multicolored light of the luminous orb shone brightly, its rhythmic pulse a steady beacon of peace. The guiding voice within our merged consciousness resonated with gratitude and a deep sense of connection. It was time for our consciousness to separate. The immediate threat had been vanquished, the luminous orb's light restored. The merging had been a necessary act of survival, but our individual journeys needed to continue. With a gentle parting of energies, my consciousness began to withdraw from the orb, the flow of cosmic knowledge and ancient wisdom receding. The guiding voice softened, becoming a familiar faint whisper once more, filled with a sense of profound gratitude and a lasting connection. I felt myself being pulled back along the stabilized pathway, the turbulent energies now calm and serene. The light of the luminous orb receded into the distance, a warm beacon of hope in the vast cosmos. Then, with a gentle tug, my consciousness returned to my physical body, the familiar sensations of my apartment washing over me. I opened my eyes, the soft glow of the candles in protected circle illuminating Sarah's relieved face and Mrs. Albright's knowing smile. The connection to the luminous orb remained, a faint whisper in the back of my mind, a gentle reminder of the cosmic battle we had fought and won. The turbulent pathway was now clear, the banishing light having pushed back the ancient shadows. The comfortable rhythm of my life could finally return, but now infused the profound knowledge of the cosmos, an enduring connection to a light that shone across the dimensions. The journey into the unseen had reached its most profound and transformative stage, a joining of lights against ancient darkness, a victory that echoed across the vast expanse of the universe. Story 28. The lingering echoes of light. The return to my physical body was gentle, like waking from a deep and meaningful dream. The familiar sensations of my apartment grounded me, the soft glow of the dissipating candlelight and the comforting presence of Sarah and Mrs. Albright a welcome anchor to reality. The residual energy from the merged consciousness lingered, a warm hum beneath my skin, a faint echo of the luminous orb's light within me. "You did it," Sarah whispered, her eyes filled with relief and awe. "You saved it." I nodded slowly, a profound sense of peace settling over me. "We did it, together." Mrs. Albright smiled, her ancient eyes filled with wisdom. The universe has witnessed a rare act of selfless courage. The bond you forged will resonate across the dimensions. The faint whisper remained, a gentle presence in the back of my mind, no longer a plea for help, but a soft echo of gratitude and connection. The turbulent pathway, the ancient shadows, they felt distant now, a fading nightmare replaced by the warmth of the shared light. The following days were filled with a quiet processing of the extraordinary events. The world around me seemed brighter, imbued with subtle sense of wonder. The night sky held a new significance, each distant star a potential point of connection, a reminder of the vast and interconnected cosmos. The lingering echo of the luminous orb's light within me manifested in subtle ways. I felt a heightened sense of empathy, a deeper understanding of the emotions of others. Ideas and insights seemed to flow more freely, as if a channel had been opened within my mind. The dreams continued, no longer focused on peril, but on vast cosmic landscapes bathed in soft, multicolored light. The faint whisper often accompanied these dreams, a gentle narrative of the luminous traveler's continued journey through the stars, a silent reassurance that it was safe. Life resumed its rhythm, but it was a rhythm infused with newfound awareness. The mundane felt less ordinary, the potential for the extraordinary lurking just beneath the surface of everyday existence. One evening, while looking at the small wooden amulet, I felt a faint warmth emanating from it, a gentle pulse that mirrored the rhythmic echo of the luminous orb. It was as if the amulet, a symbol of my grandmother's protection against darkness, was now also resonating with the light we had encountered. Sarah and I often spoke of the traveler, our voices hushed with a sense of reverence. We knew our lives had been irrevocably changed. Our understanding of reality expanded beyond the confines of our earthly experience. Mrs. Albright shared more stories of interdimensional travelers, of fleeting connections, and the rare bonds that transcended the vast cosmic distances. She emphasized the importance of remaining open, of listening to the subtle whispers of the universe. The potential for wonder and connection was always present. The faint whisper remained my constant companion, a gentle reminder of the light we had joined, the darkness we had banished. It was a subtle reassurance that the universe was vast and mysterious, filled with both peril and profound beauty, and that even across unimaginable distances, connection was possible. The comfortable rhythm of my life had returned, but was now a richer, more resonant rhythm, attuned to the subtle echoes of light from across the dimensions. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of quiet resolution, the terror replaced by wonder, the fear by a profound sense of interconnectedness. The faint whisper was no longer just an echo of departure, but a constant reminder of a bond that transcended space and time, a silent promise of the infinite possibilities that lay within the vast and luminous tapestry of the cosmos. Story 29, The Subtle Shift. Life had settled into a new kind of normal, one where the extraordinary felt almost ordinary. The faint whisper from the luminous traveler was a constant, gentle hum in the background of my thoughts, a reassuring presence that often guided my intuition in subtle ways. Decisions felt clearer, my understanding of situations more nuanced, as if a quiet wisdom was now subtly influencing my perception. The dreams continued, vivid journeys through nebulae painted in colors beyond earthly imagination, the faint whisper a gentle narration of the luminous orb's ongoing explorations. There was a sense of vastness and interconnectedness in these dreams, a feeling of being part of a much larger cosmic tapestry. However, over the past few weeks, I began to notice a subtle shift, both in the whisper and in my own senses. The whisper, while still gentle and comforting, occasionally carried a faint undercurrent of something else. Not distress, not urgency, but a subtle curiosity directed back towards me. It was as if the traveler, having shared its journey, was now becoming more interested in mine. My own perception also seemed to be subtly altering. Colors appeared more vibrant, sounds more resonant. I would occasionally catch fleeting images in my peripheral vision that seemed out of place, almost like glimpses of another layer of reality superimposed on our own. A shimmering in the air that wasn't heat, a fleeting shadow that didn't match the light source. Are you noticing anything different lately? I asked Sarah one afternoon as we were having coffee. Sarah looked at me, her brow slightly furrowed. Different how? I hesitated, trying to articulate the subtle changes. Just the way things feel. Like there's more going on than we can see. And the whisper, it feels like it's paying more attention to us. Sarah thought for a moment. Maybe it's the connection strengthening, now that the immediate danger has passed. It was a plausible explanation. The bond we had forged in the cosmic current was unlike anything we had ever experienced. Perhaps this subtle shift was a natural progression of that connection. The dreams also began to reflect this change. The vast cosmic landscape still appeared, but now the luminous orb would often pause in its journey, its light focusing on me, a silent inquiry in its radiant glow. The faint whisper would sometimes accompany this focus with a feeling of invitation. During my waking hours, the fleeting glimpses of other realities became more frequent, more distinct. I saw a ripple in the air that momentarily distorted the room, a shadow that moved independently of any light source, a faint, almost musical hum that wasn't audible but felt within my bones. "I think it wants to show us something," I told Sarah, a sense of both excitement and trepidation growing within me. The whisper, the dreams, the way I'm seeing things, it feels like it's trying to open our eyes to something more. We discussed this with Mrs. Albright, and her usual cautious wisdom was tinged with a spark of anticipation. "The luminous traveler is a being of immense knowledge and experience," she said. "If it is indeed turning its attention towards you, it could be an opportunity to learn things beyond our wildest imaginings. But remember, the universe holds wonders and perils in equal measure. Proceed with open minds, but also with caution." The subtle shift continued, the whisper growing slightly stronger, the fleeting glimpses more frequent and defined. It felt like the veil between our reality and the travelers was thinning, a doorway slowly opening. The comfortable rhythm of my life was beginning to incorporate this new layer of perception, a subtle awareness of something more lurking just beyond the edges of the ordinary. The journey into the unseen was far from over, and the subtle shift felt like the beginning of a new and potentially transformative chapter. Story 30, The Unveiling. The subtle shifts have become undeniable, the veil between realities feeling increasingly porous. Fleeting overlaps of another existence flicker at the edges of my vision, landscapes painted in impossible geometries, colors that shimmer with inner light, and beings that defied earthly biology, their forms fluid and luminescent. These weren't hallucinations. They felt like genuine glimpses through a thinning membrane. The faint whisper had also evolved, no longer just a comforting presence, but almost a direct mental prompting, a gentle urging to focus my attention on these fleeting overlaps. It felt like the luminous traveler was intentionally guiding my perception, trying to unveil something hidden within the fabric of our reality. "It's showing you its world," Sarah murmured, her voice hushed with awe as she witnessed a brief shimmer in the air that distorted the familiar outlines of my living room. "More than showing," I replied, my mind racing to process the alien vistas that momentarily overlaid our own. "It feels like it's trying to merge them, to let us see beyond what we normally perceive." Mrs. Albright watched with intense focus, her ancient eyes narrowed in concentration. "The luminous one senses your openness, Alex. It trusts you to witness truths beyond the ken of most. But be prepared for the unfamiliar. What lies beyond the veil may challenge your understanding of everything you know." The dreams had become intensely focused on this unveiling. The luminous orb would hover before me, its light expanding to encompass my entire vision, and then the familiar reality of my bedroom would dissolve, replaced by breathtaking alien landscapes, teeming with life forms that move with ethereal grace. The faint whisper would accompany these visions with a profound sense of interconnectedness, a feeling that all realities were part of a single, vast cosmic web. During my waking hours, the mental promptings from the whisper became more insistent, guiding my gaze towards specific objects or locations in my apartment. When I focused on these points, the fleeting overlaps of the other reality would become momentarily clearer, more sustained. A mundane wall would flicker to reveal intricate, glowing patterns beneath. A simple houseplant would momentarily shimmer with bioluminescent leaves. One afternoon, the whisper guided me to focus on an antique mirror I had kept, a small, ornate piece unrelated to the Mirror of Ashworth. As I gazed into its reflective surface, the familiar reflection of my face shimmered and dissolved, replaced by the image of a being from the other reality, its form fluid, its skin radiating a soft, internal light, its eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. The being seemed to acknowledge my gaze, a silent greeting across the dimensional divide. Terror did not accompany this vision, only a profound sense of wonder and the feeling of a connection being forged. The faint whisper resonated with a gentle curiosity, as if the traveler was presenting a friend, an inhabitant of its own reality. Its "let them see us too," I realized, a sense of awe washing over me. The connection is going both ways. Mrs. Albright nodded slowly. The boundaries are weakening. The luminous one is opening a doorway, a bridge between your worlds. But be mindful of what steps through. Her caution was a sobering reminder. While the luminous traveler had proven benevolent, the act of opening such a pathway could have unforeseen consequences. What else might be drawn to this convergence of realities? The unveiling continued, the overlaps becoming more frequent, more sustained. My perception of reality was subtly but irrevocably shifting. The familiar world now overlaid with glimpses of the alien and extraordinary. The faint whisper remained my guide, a constant presence leading me deeper into the mysteries beyond the veil. The comfortable rhythm of my life had been replaced by a sense of profound anticipation. The familiar world now shimmering with potential for the truly unknown. The journey into the unseen had reached its most transformative stage yet. The unveiling of a reality far more complex and wondrous than I had ever imagined, but one that held both immense potential and unforeseen risks. Story 31. The Intertwined Veils. The intertwining of veils was no longer a fleeting phenomenon, but an increasingly integrated aspect of my perception. The familiar contours of my apartment were now often overlaid with the soft luminescence and impossible geometries of the other reality. Walls shimmered to reveal intricate networks of glowing energy conduits. Ordinary objects pulsed with a faint, inner light. The air itself seemed to hum with a silent, otherworldly resonance. The faint whisper from the luminous traveler had become a constant mental companion, a gentle narrator guiding me through this merging of worlds. It highlighted specific details in the overlapping reality, drawing my attention to the intricate beauty and subtle differences. It felt like being given a key to unlock a hidden layer of existence that had always been present but unseen. "It's becoming more real," Sarah murmured. Her voice hushed with a mixture of awe and apprehension as she watched a section of the wall momentarily dissolve to reveal a vista of floating, bioluminescent islands connected by beams of pure light. "It feels like it's inviting us in," I replied, my senses overwhelmed by the sheer alien beauty of what I was witnessing. "Like it wants us to truly see its home." Mrs. Albright nodded slowly, her gaze unwavering. "The luminous one trusts you implicitly, Alex. It is offering a glimpse beyond the limitations of your perception. But remember, crossing such a threshold is not without risk. Be mindful of your connection to your own reality. The dreams have become full immersions into the other reality." I walked through landscapes of crystalline forest that sang with light, interacted with beings whose forms shifted and flowed like liquid starlight, and experienced emotions that transcended human understanding. Pure empathy, boundless joy, a profound sense of cosmic harmony. The faint whisper was a constant guide, explaining the intricacies of this alien world, its history, its culture, its deep connection to the fabric of the universe. During my waking hours, the mental prompting from the whisper led me to interact with the overlapping aspects of the other reality. Focusing my intent, I could sometimes reach out and touch these fleeting manifestations. A shimmering wall would feel cool and smooth, pulsing with a gentle energy. A bioluminescent plant would emit a soft, fragrant aroma unlike anything on Earth. One evening, guided by the whisper, I focused on the antique mirror again. This time, the image of the fluid, luminous being was clearer, more sustained. It extended a hand-like appendage towards a reflective surface, and the overlapping realities seemed to merge completely for a moment. I felt a gentle touch on my own hand, a cool, tingling sensation that resonated with a feeling of profound connection and welcome. Terror was absent, replaced by an overwhelming sense of wonder and the feeling of a genuine bond being formed across the dimensional divide. The faint whisper resonated with a sense of shared joy, a feeling of barriers dissolving. "It touched you," Sarah breathed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "It actually touched you." "It felt peaceful," I replied, my hand still tingling with the otherworldly sensation. Like a greeting, Mrs. Albright watched with a mixture of fascination and concern. The veil is thinning rapidly. The luminous one's influence is growing stronger in your perception. Be careful not to lose your grounding in your own reality. Alex. The pull of the other side can be powerful. Her warning was a necessary anchor. While the allure of this beautiful, interconnected reality was strong, I knew I couldn't completely sever my ties to my own world. Sarah and Mrs. Albright were my anchors, my reminders of the life I had lived before the whispers and the shimmering overlaps. The intertwining of veils continued, the other reality becoming an increasingly vivid and tangible presence in my life. The faint whisper was a constant invitation, a gentle urging to explore further, to embrace the wonders that lay just beyond the limitations of our ordinary perception. The comfortable rhythm of my life had been replaced by a breathtaking immersion into the extraordinary. The familiar world now a canvas upon which the wonders of another reality were being painted. The journey into the unseen had reached its most profound and transformative stage, the boundaries between worlds dissolving, offering a glimpse into a universe far more vast and interconnected than I had ever imagined, but one that demanded careful navigation and a firm grounding in the familiar. Story 32. The Threshold Beckons. The intertwining of realities had reached a point where the veil felt almost non-existent. My apartment was no longer just my apartment. It was a liminal space, a convergence point where the familiar and the utterly alien coexisted. The soft bioluminescent glow of the other reality permeated the edges of my vision, and the silent, otherworldly hum was a constant companion. I could now reach out and touch aspects of this other world with a tangible sensation. The cool smoothness of crystalline structures, the gentle warmth of pulsating energy conduits, the soft, yielding texture of alien flora. The faint whisper had evolved into a clear, inviting mental voice, no longer just a guide, but a welcoming presence. It spoke to me in thoughts and emotions, conveying a sense of profound connection and a deep longing for shared experience. It painted vivid pictures in my mind of the wonders that awaited me on the other side, of landscapes that defied earthly physics and societies built on principles of pure harmony and interconnectedness. "It wants you to go there, Alex," Sarah said softly, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and concern as she watched me touch a shimmering tendril of light that had momentarily materialized near the window. "It feels like coming home," I replied, my senses drawn by the irresistible allure of the other reality, "like a place I was always meant to see." Mrs. Albright watched with a grave expression, her ancient eyes filled with a deep understanding of the forces at play. "The threshold beckons, Alex. The luminous one offers a profound invitation, but crossing it is a step into the unknown, a departure from the reality you have always known. Be certain of your path before you take it." The dreams were no longer just passive observations, but active invitations. The luminous being would appear before me, its fluid form radiating a gentle warmth, its eyes filled with a palpable longing. It would extend a hand like appendage, and the mental voice would resonate with a powerful sense of welcome, urging me to step through the dissolving boundaries. During my waking hours, the overlaps intensified. Entire sections of my apartment would momentarily dissolve, replaced by breathtaking vistas of the other reality. I could see beings moving with graceful fluidity through these alien landscapes, their forms radiating a soft internal light, their expressions conveying a sense of serene joy. The mental voice would narrate these visions, explaining the intricate connections between all living things in that world, the absence of conflict, the pervasive sense of peace. One evening, as I stood in my living room, the overlap became so complete that I could step through what felt like a shimmering curtain into the other reality. The air was filled with a soft musical hum, and the ground beneath my feet felt like warm, pulsating crystal. The luminous being stood before me, its form radiating an even brighter light, its mental voice filled with an overwhelming sense of welcome. Terror was absent, replaced by an almost overwhelming sense of belonging. It felt like stepping into a dream made real, a place of unimaginable beauty and profound peace. The mental voice urged me to stay, to experience the wonders of this reality firsthand, to become a part of their interconnected existence. Sarah and Mrs. Albright watched from the edge of the dissolving boundary, their faces a mixture of wonder and deep concern. "Alex, are you sure about this?" Sarah called out, her voice filled with a palpable anxiety. Mrs. Albright's voice was more measured, but equally serious. "Remember your ties to this world, Alex. The luminous one offers wonders, but your life, your connections are here." Their words were a necessary anchor, a reminder of the life I would be leaving behind. The allure of the other reality was incredibly strong, a siren call to a place of unimaginable beauty and peace. But the thought of leaving Sarah, of leaving the familiar world, however flawed, gave me pause. The threshold beckoned, the invitation from the luminous one almost irresistible. But the pull of my own reality, the bonds of friendship and the weight of the unknown consequences, held me in place, a foot caught between two worlds. The comfortable rhythm of my life had dissolved completely, replaced by the overwhelming presence of another reality and a profound decision that lay before me. The journey into the unseen had reached its ultimate crossroads, a choice between the familiar and the utterly unknown, a step that could lead to unimaginable wonders or an irreversible departure from everything I had ever known. Story 33. The hesitant step. The air in the liminal space hummed with a vibrant energy, a symphony of light and resonance that tugged at my very being. The luminous being radiated an overwhelming sense of welcome, its mental voice a chorus of pure acceptance, urging me to fully cross the threshold. The landscape before me shimmered with impossible beauty, crystalline structures reaching toward the sky filled with swirling nebulae, and beings of light moving with effortless grace. It felt like stepping into the purest form of a dream, a place where sorrow and conflict seemed utterly absent. Yet, the sight of Sarah and Mrs. Albright, their familiar faces etched with concern amidst the dissolving edges of my apartment, held me rooted. Their voices, though softer now, carried the weight of our shared history, the echoes of battles fought and bonds forged in this reality. The thought of leaving them behind, of severing those connections, created a deep ache within me, a counterpole to the irresistible allure of the world beyond. "It's beautiful, Alex," Sarah called out, her voice tinged with a wistful sadness. "But we'll miss you." Mrs. Albright's gaze was steady, her voice resonating with ancient wisdom. "The luminous one offers wonders, child, but your path here is not yet complete. Your purpose in this reality may still hold lessons and connections yet to be realized." Their words resonated with a deep truth within me, the journey I had undertaken. From the terrifying encounter with the antique mirror to the profound connection with the luminous traveler, had unfolded within this reality. The bonds I had formed with Sarah and Mrs. Albright were tangible, real, tested by fire and strengthened by shared experience. Could I truly abandon that for the ethereal beauty of an unknown world? The luminous being seemed to sense my hesitation. Its mental voice, though still welcoming, now carried a note of gentle understanding, a patient acceptance of my inner conflict. It projected images of connection that transcended physical presence, suggesting that even across the dimensional divide, a form of communion might still be possible. But the immediacy of its world, the promise of tangible interaction and complete immersion in its harmonious existence, remained a powerful draw. It felt like an opportunity to shed the limitations and imperfections of my own reality, to embrace a state of pure being. I looked back at Sarah and Mrs. Albright, their faces now shimmering and indistinct as the boundaries between worlds continued to blur. The weight of their unspoken anxieties, their love and concern, pressed upon me. I thought of the laughter we had shared, the fear we had overcome, the quiet comfort of their presence in my life. Could I truly walk away from that? The threshold beckoned, the allure of the unknown a powerful force. But the familiar, the tangible, the bonds of love and friendship held me captive. The step across felt both inevitable and impossible, a choice between two compelling realities, each offering a profound and irreversible path. Taking a deep breath, I slowly withdrew my foot from the shimmering threshold, the vibrant energy of the other reality receding slightly. The mental voice of the luminous being remained welcoming, but there was a subtle shift, a quiet acceptance of my decision. The overlapping realities began to stabilize, the familiar contours of my apartment becoming clearer once more. I can't, I said, my voice filled with a mixture of regret and a firm sense of resolve. Not yet. Sarah's face softened with relief, and Mrs. Albright offered a gentle nod of understanding. The luminous being projected a final wave of acceptance, a promise that the connection would remain, even if the threshold was not fully crossed. The intertwining of veils began to recede, the other reality becoming less immediate, more like a vivid memory. The mental voice of the luminous traveler softened, becoming a familiar faint whisper once more, a constant reminder of the extraordinary connection we had forged. The threshold no longer beckoned with the same irresistible force, but the doorway remained open, a subtle invitation to explore the possibilities that lay beyond the veil when the time felt right. The comfortable rhythm of my life began to reassert itself, now infused with profound knowledge of another reality and the enduring strength of the bonds I had chosen to honor. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of hesitant decision, a conscious choice to remain grounded in the familiar, while acknowledging profound wonders that lay just beyond the threshold, a promise of future exploration tempered by the enduring power of love and connection in my own reality. Story 34. The lingering doorway. The immediate intensity of the intertwined veils had receded, the overt overlaps with the luminous traveler's reality becoming less frequent and dramatic. My apartment was once again recognizably my own, the alien luminescence now a subtle shimmer at the periphery of my vision, a constant reminder of the doorway that remained ajar. The faint whisper persisted, a gentle mental presence, a soft echo of the profound connection we had forged. Life resumed a semblance of its previous rhythm, though now infused with the quiet knowledge of other possibilities. The mundane held a subtle layer of wonder, the potential for the extraordinary never far from my awareness. Sarah and I often spoke of the threshold, of the breathtaking beauty of the other reality, and the profound sense of welcome we had felt. There was a shared understanding between us, a silent acknowledgement of the extraordinary journey we had undertaken. Mrs. Albright, ever the wise guide, explained that the doorway remained open due to the strength of the connection forged with the luminous traveler. Such bonds across dimensions are not easily severed, she said. The veil has thinned for you, Alex, and the resonance will likely persist. It is a testament to the purity of your intent and the benevolent nature of the luminous one. The dreams continue to offer glimpses of the other reality, though now they felt more like visits. Brief sojourns into a familiar yet alien landscape. The faint whisper often guided these dream journeys, showing me new wonders, introducing me to other beings of light, always with a gentle invitation to one day fully cross the threshold. During my waking hours, the subtle shimmer at the edge of my vision would occasionally intensify, offering fleeting, tantalizing glimpses of the world beyond. A section of wall might ripple to reveal the intricate energy conduits. A shadow might flicker with an otherworldly luminescence. These weren't disruptive, but rather gentle reminders of potential that lay just beyond my current perception. The antique mirror, once a source of terror, now held a different significance. Looking into it, I sometimes saw not my own reflection, but a fleeting image of the luminous being, a silent acknowledgement across the dimensional divide. There was no urging, no sense of impatience. Only a calm acceptance of my choice to remain grounded in my own reality for now. The small wooden amulet remained a comforting presence, its gentle warmth a constant reminder of protection and connection. It felt like a bridge between my past encounters with darkness and my current connection to light, a tangible link to the extraordinary journey I had undertaken. Months passed, and the lingering doorway became a familiar aspect of my life. The faint whisper was a constant companion. The subtle shimmers a gentle reminder of other possibilities. There was no pressure to cross the threshold, only a quiet understanding that the invitation remained open. One evening, As Sarah and I were watching the sunset, a particularly vivid overlap occurred near the window. The familiar cityscape outside dissolved momentarily, replaced by the breathtaking vista of floating islands bathed in the soft, multicolored light of the other reality. The mental voice of the luminous traveler resonated gently in my mind, not when urging to cross over, but with a shared appreciation of the beauty of both our worlds. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of peace. The journey into the unseen had led me through terror and wonder, through darkness and light, and had ultimately opened my eyes to a universe far more vast and interconnected than I had ever imagined. The lingering doorway was not a source of anxiety, but a symbol of possibility, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the potential for wonders yet to be explored, in this reality and beyond. The comfortable rhythm of my life now included the gentle hum of another reality, the subtle shimmer of the extraordinary woven into the fabric of the ordinary. The journey into the unseen continued, not as a desperate struggle, but as a quiet exploration of the boundless wonders that lay just beyond the lingering doorway. Story 35. The Shared Horizon. The lingering doorway had become a familiar, almost comforting presence in my life. The subtle shimmers of the other reality were no longer startling, but gentle reminders of a vast and wondrous universe coexisting with our own. The faint whisper from the luminous traveler remained a constant mental companion, a silent reassurance of connection that transcended dimensions. Sarah and I had grown accustomed to the occasional fleeting glimpses of the alien landscape, the soft, internal light of its inhabitants. We would often point them out to each other, sharing a quiet moment of wonder at the impossible beauty that lay just beyond the veil. There was no longer any fear, only a profound sense of awe and a shared understanding of the extraordinary journey we had undertaken. Mrs. Albright, with her deep knowledge of the unseen, explained that the continued presence of the doorway was a testament to the strength of the bond one had forged with the luminous traveler. "It is a bridge built of pure intent and mutual respect," she said. "It will remain as long as the resonance endures, a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The dreams continue to be vivid, sojourns into the other reality." The luminous traveler would often guide me through breathtaking landscapes, introducing me to other beings of light, sharing glimpses of their culture and their deep understanding of the cosmos. The faint whisper was a gentle narration, deepening my understanding of their world and the principles that govern their harmonious existence. During my waking hours, the mental voice of the luminous traveler would sometimes offer subtle guidance, nudging my intuition in unexpected ways. A sudden impulse to take a different route to work might lead to a chance encounter that proved beneficial. A fleeting thought about a specific book might lead to a discovery that broadened my understanding of a particular concept. It felt like having a wise and benevolent friend subtly influencing my path. One evening, as Sarah and I were having dinner, a more sustained overlap occurred. A section of our dining room dissolved to reveal a communal gathering in the other reality, beings of light sharing a meal of glowing, ethereal sustenance. The mental voice of the luminous traveler filled my mind with a sense of shared joy and belonging, a silent invitation to one day join them. "It feels like they're waiting for you," Sarah said softly, her eyes filled with a gentle understanding. "Perhaps," I replied, a sense of peace settling over me. "But there's no rush. The doorway remains open. The connection endures." Mrs. Albright smiled knowingly. "The universe operates on its own time, child. When the moment is right, the path will become clear." The small wooden amulet remained a comforting presence, its gentle warmth a constant reminder of protection and connection. It felt like a tangible link not only to my grandmother's legacy, but also to the extraordinary future that now lay within the realm of possibility. Months turned into a year, and the shared horizon between our realities became a natural part of my existence. The faint whisper was a constant source of comfort and subtle guidance. The fleeting glimpses of the other reality were moments of quiet wonder. There was no longer any fear or anxiety, only a profound sense of peace and acceptance of the interconnectedness of all things. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of quiet equilibrium, a harmonious coexistence between the familiar and the extraordinary. The lingering doorway was not a barrier but a bridge, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the infinite possibilities that lay within the vast and luminous tapestry of the cosmos. The comfortable rhythm of my life now included the gentle hum of another reality. The shared horizon, a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited. Whenever I might choose to step through, the journey into the unseen continued, not as a quest or a struggle, but as a quiet exploration of a universe far more vast and interconnected than I had ever imagined, a shared horizon promising endless possibilities. Story 36. The Unspoken Invitation. A year had passed since the turbulent journey through the cosmic current and the subsequent establishment of the shared horizon. The subtle overlaps of the luminous traveler's reality had become as familiar as the shifting patterns of sunlight in my apartment. The faint whisper was no longer just a comforting presence, but a deeply integrated part of my inner monologue, a silent companion whose gentle guidance often steered my thoughts and actions in unexpected, yet ultimately beneficial directions. Sarah and I had developed a quiet understanding of this coexisting reality. We would often share knowing glances when particularly vivid shimmer occurred, a silent acknowledgement of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil. There was a sense of peaceful acceptance, a recognition that our lives have been forever touched by the extraordinary. Mrs. Albright, now a constant source of wisdom and quiet amusement, often remarked on my heightened sensitivity. "You walk between worlds now, Alex," she would say with a knowing smile. "The echoes of the luminous one have attuned your senses to frequencies most cannot perceive. It is a gift, but one that requires mindful attention." The dreams had evolved into immersive experiences within the other reality. The luminous traveler was no longer just a guide but friend, sharing intricate details of their civilization, their art, their profound connection to the living energy of the cosmos. The faint whisper often felt like a shared stream of consciousness, a silent dialogue that transcended the limitations of language. During my waking hours, the mental voice of the luminous traveler had become more direct, though still gentle. It would often project feelings of warmth and connection, accompanied by vivid mental images of the breathtaking landscapes of at home. There was a subtle undercurrent to these communications, a feeling of unspoken invitation, a gentle urging to consider a more permanent crossing of the threshold. One quiet afternoon, as I was sketching in my living room, a sustained overlap occurred. The familiar outlines of my furniture dissolved, replaced by elegant, flowing structures that pulsed with soft, internal light. Beings of light moved through the space with serene grace, their forms shifting and shimmering like liquid starlight. The mental voice of the luminous traveler filled my mind with a profound sense of peace and belonging, a feeling that resonated deep within my soul. "It feels like it's waiting for you to truly join them," Sarah said softly, observing the sustained overlap with a quiet sense of anticipation. I hesitated, my gaze drawn by the irresistible beauty of the scene. "There's a pull," I admitted, "a deep resonance. It feels right." Mrs. Albright, who was reading nearby, looked up, her ancient eyes filled with a gentle understanding. "The heart knows its own path, Alex. The luminous one offers a place of profound peace. But remember the bond you have forged here, the life you have built." Her words echoed the internal conflict that often surfaced. The allure of the other reality was undeniable, a promise of serenity and connection that my own world often lacked. But the thought of leaving Sarah, of severing my ties to this reality, still held a significant weight. The luminous traveler seemed to sense my internal struggle. The mental voice softened, no longer an urging but a gentle offering, a quiet assurance that the choice was mine, that the doorway would remain open for as long as I desired. The dreams that night were particularly vivid. I stood on a precipice overlooking a breathtaking vista of interconnected crystalline cities bathed in the soft glow of twin suns. The luminous traveler stood beside me, its form radiating a gentle warmth. There were no words, only a profound sense of shared understanding and an unspoken invitation to step into that radiant future. The lingering doorway in my apartment felt more pronounced in the following days, the shimmers more frequent, the sense of the other reality more tangible. The mental voice of the luminous traveler was a constant, loving presence, a silent reassurance that a place of peace and belonging awaited me whenever I was ready. The comfortable rhythm of my life was now intertwined with a subtle sense of anticipation, a quiet awareness of the profound choice that lay before me, an unspoken invitation to step to the lingering doorway and embrace a shared horizon. The journey into the unseen had reached a delicate precipice, a moment of profound decision, a choice between familiar comfort of my own reality and the irresistible allure of a peaceful, luminous world that beckoned just beyond the veil. Story 37. The Weight of Two Worlds. The air in my apartment often felt thick with the shimmering presence of the other reality. The familiar contours of my life were frequently overlaid with the elegant, flowing structures and soft luminescence of the luminous traveler's home. The mental voice was a constant, gentle presence, a quiet reassurance of the peace and belonging that awaited me, but also a silent acknowledgement of the ties that held me here. The weight of two worlds pressed upon me. On one side, the familiar comfort of my life with Sarah and Mrs. Albright, the shared history, the tangible connections forged in this reality. On the other, the profound allure of a world free from conflict and sorrow, a place of breathtaking beauty and deep interconnectedness, offered by a being of pure light and boundless compassion. Sarah often watched me with a quiet understanding, her own experiences having opened her to the reality of the unseen. "It's a big decision, Alex," she would say softly. "Don't rush it. Trust what feels right." Mrs. Albright, with her ancient wisdom, offered similar counsel. "The heart will guide you, child. Both paths hold their own truths and their own rewards. The choice lies in where your spirit finds its deepest resonance." The dreams were now vivid, almost tangible experiences of life in the other reality. I would walk through crystalline cities that hummed with gentle energy, interact with beings whose fluid forms radiated peace, and feel a sense of belonging I had never known in my own world. The luminous traveler would often accompany me, sharing its wisdom and its deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The unspoken invitation to join them permanently was a constant undercurrent to these dream journeys. During my waking hours, the mental voice would often share glimpses of the luminous traveler's life, its work, its connections to its own community. There was a sense of purpose and fulfillment in these shared visions, a life lived in harmony with the cosmos. The contrast with the often chaotic and stressful nature of my own reality was stark, making the allure of the other world even stronger. One evening, I found myself standing in a section of my living room that had fully dissolved into the luminous traveler's reality. The air hummed with a gentle musical resonance, and beings of light moved around me with serene grace. The luminous traveler stood before me, its form radiating an intense warmth, its mental voice filled with a deep and patient love. "You are welcome here, Alex," it conveyed, the feeling resonating deep within my soul. "There is peace. There is belonging. There is a shared light that awaits you." The pull was almost irresistible. For a moment, I felt a profound desire to shed the weight of my earthly existence and step fully into this radiant reality. But then, the faint image of Sarah's face, etched with gentle concern, flickered in my mind. The memory of Mrs. Albright's steady gaze, filled with years of wisdom and unwavering support, anchored me. The weight of my connections to this world, the love and friendship that had sustained me through so much, held me rooted. The allure of the other reality was powerful, but the bonds of my own life were stronger. With a deep sigh, I focused my intent on my own reality, and the luminous world around me began to recede, the familiar contours of my apartment slowly reforming. The mental voice of the luminous traveler remained, filled with understanding and unwavering acceptance. "The doorway remains open, Alex," it conveyed gently. "When you are ready." The unspoken invitation lingered, a constant awareness of profound choice that lay before me. The shared horizon was a beautiful and tempting vista, but the weight of my life in this reality The love and connection that bound me here held me in a delicate balance. The comfortable rhythm of my life was now punctuated by moments of deep contemplation, a quiet wrestling with the pull of two worlds, the unspoken invitation, a constant presence in my thoughts. The journey into the unseen had reached its most personal and profound crossroads, a weighing of two realities, a choice between profound peace in the unknown and the enduring power of love and connection in the familiar. Story 38, The Chosen Path. The weight of two worlds had been a heavy burden, a constant pull between the familiar comfort of my life and the profound allure of the luminous traveler's peaceful realm. The shimmering overlaps of the other reality were still frequent. The mental voice a constant, loving presence, but a sense of quiet resolution had begun to settle within me. I had spent countless hours in contemplation, weighing the bonds of my life here against the promise of serenity beyond the veil. The love and friendship I shared with Sarah and Mrs. Albright were tangible, real, tested by fire and strengthened by shared experience. The thought of leaving them, of abandoning the life we had built together, felt like severing a fundamental part of myself. The luminous traveler, with his profound empathy, seemed to sense my internal struggle and my eventual leaning toward staying. The mental voice, while still filled with love and welcome, now carried a note of gentle acceptance, a quiet understanding that my path, for now, lay in this reality. "You seem more at peace, Alex," Sarah observed one afternoon, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I nodded, a sense of certainty finally taking root within me. "I've made my choice, Sarah. My life, my connections, they're here." Mrs. Albright's ancient eyes twinkled with understanding. "The heart has spoken wisely, child." The luminous one offered profound gift. "But your roots are in this soil, and there is still much light for you to cultivate here." The dream shifted, no longer focused solely on the wonders of the other reality, but incorporating elements of my own life, bathed in the soft, loving light of the luminous traveler's presence. It felt like a blessing, a gentle affirmation of my chosen path. The mental voice often accompanied these dreams with feelings of unwavering support and a promise that the connection would endure regardless of my physical location. During my waking hours, the overlaps of the other reality began to subtly diminish, the intense shimmers becoming less frequent, the alien landscapes less vividly superimposed on my own. It felt as if the luminous traveler was gently receding, respecting my decision while keeping the doorway ajar. The mental voice remained a constant companion, but its focus shifted from invitation to shared experience within my own reality, offering subtle insights and gentle guidance. One evening, as Sarah and I were sharing a quiet moment, a soft, golden light permeated the edges of my vision, a familiar warmth that I associated with the luminous traveler. The mental voice filled my mind with a profound sense of love and acceptance, a feeling that transcended the boundaries of dimension. It wasn't farewell, but a reaffirmation of our enduring connection, a silent promise of continued companionship across the veil. The antique mirror, when I looked into it, now reflected my own image clearly, but with subtle luminescence in my eyes, a faint echo of the light I had encountered. It felt like a part of the luminous traveler's essence had become integrated within me, a lasting reminder of our extraordinary bond. The small wooden amulet felt warm in my hand, a tangible link to both my past and my future, a symbol of protection and the enduring power of connection across the seen and unseen worlds. The lingering doorway was still present, a subtle shimmer in the air, a quiet reminder of other possibilities. But it no longer held the same irresistible pull. My feet were firmly planted in this reality, my heart anchored by love and friendship. The shared horizon remained, not as a beckoning path to another world, but as a testament to the boundless connections that could be forged across the vast expanse of the universe. The comfortable rhythm of my life had returned, now infused with a deeper sense of purpose and a profound appreciation for the beauty and connection that existed within my own reality, illuminated by the enduring light of friendship that transcended dimensions. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of quiet affirmation, a conscious choice to embrace the richness of my own life, while cherishing the extraordinary bonds that stretch beyond the veil, a chosen path illuminated by the enduring light of love and connection. Story 39, The Enduring Light. Years drifted by, each one weaving a tapestry of familiar joys and quiet growth. The lingering doorway to the luminous traveler's reality had become a subtle shimmer, a gentle undulation in the air that I sometimes caught in the periphery of my vision. It was a constant reminder of the extraordinary connection I had forged, a testament to a universe far more expansive and interconnected than I had ever imagined. The mental connection with the luminous traveler had evolved into a quiet, comforting presence, like the enduring bond with a cherished friend who lived in a distant land. There were no longer constant overlaps or urgent mental invitations, but a steady stream of gentle thoughts, shared feelings of peace, and occasional glimpses into the breathtaking beauty of its world. It felt less like a doorway and more like an open line of communication, a silent understanding that transcended the vastness of space and dimension. Sarah and I had built a life filled with shared laughter, quiet evenings, and the comfortable rhythm of enduring friendship. Our extraordinary experiences had woven an unbreakable thread through our bond, a silent understanding that lay beneath the surface of our everyday conversations. We rarely spoke of the luminous traveler or the other reality, but the knowledge of it enriched our perspective, adding a layer of wonder to our appreciation of the world around us. Mrs. Albright remained a steadfast presence in our lives, her ancient wisdom a guiding light. She often spoke of the importance of balance, of honoring the connections in our own reality, while remaining open to the wonders of the unseen. She saw the enduring connection with the luminous traveler as a rare gift, a testament to the purity of heart that had allowed such profound bond to form. The dreams were now infrequent, but deeply meaningful. They felt like cherished visits to a beautiful and peaceful realm, brief reunions with a dear friend. The luminous traveler would often share insights into the workings of the cosmos, its gentle mental voice filled with wisdom and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. I would return from these dreams with a renewed sense of peace and a broader perspective on the universe. During my waking hours, the mental connection with the luminous traveler manifested as a subtle intuition, a gentle nudge toward certain paths or decisions. It felt like having a wise and loving guide subtly influencing my life, not with direct commands, but with gentle suggestions that always seemed to lead to positive outcomes. The antique mirror, now simply an ornate object in my apartment, occasionally reflected a faint, otherworldly luminescence, a fleeting echo of the light I had encountered. The small wooden amulet remained a comforting presence, its gentle warmth a constant reminder of protection and the enduring power of connection across the seen and unseen worlds. Years continued to pass, and the extraordinary became integrated into the fabric of the ordinary. The memory of the terror I had once faced now felt distant, overshadowed by profound wonder and enduring connection that had followed. The journey into the unseen had not led to a permanent departure, but to an expansion of my understanding of reality, a quiet acceptance of the vast and interconnected universe we inhabit. The shared horizon was no longer a beckoning doorway, but an enduring bond, a testament to the possibility of connection across unimaginable distances. The comfortable rhythm of my life was now infused with a quiet sense of wonder, a deep appreciation for the beauty and love that existed both within my own reality and in the luminous embrace of a friend across the stars. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of quiet fulfillment, the enduring light of connection illuminating both my present and the boundless possibilities of a universe waiting to be explored, in this life and perhaps in lives beyond. Story 40, The Horizon Expands. The years continued their gentle passage, each season painting new hues onto the canvas of my life. The subtle shimmer of the luminous traveler's reality had become a rare occurrence, a fleeting glimpse at the periphery of my vision, like a half-remembered dream. Yet, the mental connection remained a constant, a deep and comforting presence akin to a lifelong friendship sustained across vast distances. There were no longer frequent exchanges or vivid overlaps, but a steady undercurrent of peace, an unspoken understanding that transcended the limitations of physical proximity. Sarah and I had built a life rich with shared experiences, quiet joys, and the unwavering comfort of enduring companionship. Our extraordinary journey into the unseen had forged an unbreakable bond, a silent language of understanding that enriched every aspect of our relationship. We had learned to appreciate the beauty and wonder of our own reality with a newfound depth, the memory of the luminous traveler's world adding a layer of cosmic perspective to our everyday lives. Mrs. Albright, her wisdom deepening with each passing year, remained a guiding star in our lives. She often spoke of the interconnectedness of all existence, the subtle threads that wove together the seen and unseen realms. She viewed my enduring connection with the luminous traveler as a testament to the boundless capacity of the human heart to forge bonds that transcended the ordinary, a quiet miracle unfolding in the stillness of everyday life. The dreams had become infrequent but profoundly meaningful, like cherished reunions with a beloved friend. The luminous traveler would appear in these dreams, its gentle mental voice filled with warmth and affection, sharing glimpses of his continued journey through the cosmos, its ongoing exploration of the vast and wondrous universe. I would awaken from these dreams with a renewed sense of peace and a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. During my waking hours, the mental connection with the luminous traveler manifested as a subtle intuition, a gentle nudge that often guided me towards moments of connection and beauty in my own life. A sudden urge to visit a particular park might lead to a chance encounter with an old friend. A fleeting thought about a certain piece of music might open me to a new realm of emotional understanding. It felt like having a wise and loving presence, subtly weaving moments of joy and meaning into the fabric of my days. The antique mirror, now a cherished heirloom, occasionally seemed to hold a deeper reflection, a subtle luminescence that hinted at the extraordinary journey it had once facilitated. The small wooden amulet, worn smooth with time, remained a comforting presence, a tangible link to protective energies of the past, and the enduring light of connection that transcended dimensions. Years continued their quiet dance, and the extraordinary become an integrated, albeit subtle, aspect of my ordinary life. The memory of fear and uncertainty had faded, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude for the unexpected wonders I had encountered and the enduring bonds I forged. The journey into the unseen had not led to a permanent departure or dramatic transformation, but to a quiet expansion of my understanding of reality, a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of all existence, and the enduring power of love and friendship, both in this world and in the luminous embrace of a friend across the stars. The shared horizon was no longer a visible doorway, but an enduring bond of love and understanding, a testament to the infinite possibilities that lay within the vast and interconnected cosmos. The comfortable rhythm of my life was now imbued with a quiet sense of wonder, a deep appreciation for the beauty and connection that permeated all of existence, illuminated by the enduring light of friendship that transcended the boundaries of space and time. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of quiet fulfillment, the enduring light of connection illuminating my present and the boundless possibilities of a universe waiting to be explored, in this life and in the quiet echoes of friendship that span the stars. Story 41, Whispers on the Wind. The tapestry of my life had continued to weave its intricate patterns, the vibrant threads of joy and the softer hues of passing time blending into a rich and complex whole. The subtle connection with the luminous traveler had become a rare and gentle touch, a fleeting warmth in the quiet corners of my mind, like a cherished memory resurfacing after a long absence. It was no longer a constant presence, but when it occurred, it carried a profound sense of peace and enduring affection, a silent reassurance that the bond remained, though the active communication had softened with the years. Sarah and I had navigated the currents of middle age with the comfortable ease of lifelong companions. Our shared journey through the extraordinary had deepened our bond immeasurably, creating a foundation of understanding that transcended the mundane. We often reminisced about the antique mirror, the shimmering entity, and the luminous traveler, our voices filled with a mixture of awe and a gentle nostalgia for a chapter of our lives that forever altered our perception of reality. Mrs. Albright, her wisdom etched deeper into the lines of her face, remained a guiding force, her insights into the unseen world still sharp and profound. She spoke of the natural ebb and flow of such connections, the way the intensity might wane over time as different phases of life unfolded. She assured me that the softening of the direct communication did not signify a severing of the bond, but rather a shift into a deeper, more resonant form of understanding. The dreams have become infrequent, almost dreamlike in their fleeting quality. When the luminous traveler appeared, it was often in a silent communion, a shared feeling of peace and contentment that transcended the need for words or vivid landscapes. It felt like a quiet acknowledgement of our enduring connection, a silent blessing across the vast expanse of the cosmos. During my waking hours, the subtle intuition I had come to associate with the luminous traveler still manifested occasionally, a gentle nudge towards unexpected moments of beauty or connection. It was less direct now, more like a whisper on the wind, a fleeting feeling that guided me towards a sense of harmony and well-being. The antique mirror, now a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, held a quiet dignity. Looking into it, I sometimes imagine a faint, otherworldly shimmer deep within its glass, a subtle echo of the extraordinary events it had once witnessed. The small wooden amulet, worn smooth and warm from years of being held, remained a comforting talisman, a tangible link to a past filled with both darkness and profound light. Life continued its gentle unfolding, the extraordinary now woven into the fabric of the ordinary as a cherished memory and a subtle undercurrent of wonder. The journey into the unseen had not led to a dramatic departure or a constant state of otherworldly interaction, but to a profound expansion of my understanding of reality and the enduring power of connection that transcended the boundaries of the physical world. The shared horizon was no longer a visible doorway or a frequent mental dialogue, but a deep and abiding sense of connection, a quiet knowing that even across the vastness of space and dimension, a bond forged in light and empathy could endure. The comfortable rhythm of my life was now infused with a quiet sense of gratitude for the extraordinary journey I had undertaken, an enduring light of friendship that spanned the stars, a gentle whisper on the wind, reminding me of the boundless possibilities of a universe filled with wonder and connection. The journey into the unseen had reached a point of quiet acceptance. The enduring light of connection, a subtle but constant presence in my life, a gentle whisper on the wind, carrying the echoes of friendship that transcended the boundaries of space and time. Story 42. Echoes in Stillness. The years had continued their steady march, leaving their gentle mark on my body and the quiet stillness of my apartment. Sarah and Mrs. Albright were no longer physically present, their passing a poignant chapter in the ongoing story of my life. Their absence was a deep ache, a quiet understanding of the inevitable cycle of existence, but their love and wisdom remained a comforting echo in the memories I held close. Our shared journey into the unseen, the terrors we had faced and the wonders we had witnessed, had woven an indelible thread to the fabric of our lives, a bond that death could not truly sever. The connection with the luminous traveler had become a rare and profound experience, a deep sense of peace that would descend in moments of quiet contemplation, like a gentle hand resting on my soul. There were no more whispers on the wind or fleeting glimpses of other realities, but profound understanding, a silent acknowledgement of a bond that transcended the limitations of life and death. It felt like a shared breath across the vast cosmic expanse, a reassurance that the light of connection endured. My dreams were now often filled with memories of Sarah and Mrs. Albright, our laughter echoing in familiar settings, their wisdom offered in quiet moments of reflection. Occasionally, the luminous traveler would appear in these dreams, its presence a silent blessing, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical nature of existence, and the enduring power of love in all its forms. During my waking hours, the subtle intuition I had once associated with the luminous traveler now felt more like my own inner wisdom, a quiet knowing that had been cultivated through years of extraordinary experiences. It guided me with a gentle hand, leading me towards moments of peace and connection in my own life, a quiet understanding of the deeper currents that flow beneath the surface of the mundane. The antique mirror, now a cherished heirloom imbued with layers of personal history, often held my gaze, reflecting not just my aging face, but the subtle luminescence that still flickered within my eyes, a lasting echo of the light I had encountered. The small wooden amulet, worn smooth and warm from countless times being held, remained a comforting talisman, a tangible link to a past filled with both shadow and profound light, a symbol of enduring protection and unwavering connection. Life had settled into a quiet rhythm, the extraordinary now a deeply integrated part of my personal history, a wellspring of wisdom and wonder that enriched my every day. The journey into the unseen had not led to a permanent crossing the threshold, but to a profound expansion of my understanding of reality, a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of all existence, and the enduring power of love that transcended the boundaries of life and death, space and dimension. The shared horizon was no longer a beckoning vista or a frequent mental dialogue, but a deep and abiding sense of connection, a quiet knowing that even in the stillness of life, the echoes of extraordinary bonds could endure, a testament to the boundless capacity of the heart to forge connections that transcended the ordinary. The comfortable quiet of my life was now infused with a deep sense of gratitude for the extraordinary journey I had undertaken and the enduring light of love that illuminated both my past and the boundless possibilities of a universe filled with wonder and connection. Echoes and stillness reminding me of the enduring power of bonds that span the cosmos. Story 43, A Lingering Warmth. The gentle rhythm of my days continued, each one a quiet unfolding of moments, memories, and a deep-seated sense of peace. The absence of Sarah and Mrs. Albright remained a tender ache in my heart, a reminder of the precious, ephemeral nature of earthly bonds. Yet, their love and laughter echoed in the quiet corners of my apartment, their wisdom a guiding light in my reflections. Our shared journey into the unseen, the extraordinary tapestry woven from terror and wonder, had become an integral part of my being, a story etched into the very fabric of my soul. The connection with the luminous traveler had evolved into a profound and abiding warmth, a constant ember glowing gently within my heart. There were no more mental whispers or fleeting glimpses of alien landscapes, only a deep, resonant understanding, a silent communion that transcended the need for direct communication. It was a knowing that our bond endured, a light that spanned the vast cosmic gulf, a gentle reassurance of interconnectedness. My dreams were often peaceful landscapes of memory, filled with the comforting presence of Sarah and Mrs. Albright, their love a radiant light in the dreamscape. Occasionally, the luminous traveler would appear as a silent beacon in the distance, a gentle affirmation of our enduring connection, a cosmic reassurance of peace and belonging. During my waking hours, the intuition that had once felt like the luminous traveler's gentle nudges now flowed seamlessly from my own inner wisdom, a quiet knowing cultivated through years of extraordinary experiences and quiet contemplation. It guided me with gentle hand, leading me towards moments of beauty, connection, and a deep appreciation for the simple gifts of life. The antique mirror, now a cherished artifact holding the weight of generations and extraordinary events, often caught my eye, reflecting the soft light of my apartment and the subtle luminescence that still flickered within my own gaze, a quiet echo of the light I had encountered in the vast cosmic current. The small wooden amulet, smooth and warm from years of being held, rested on a nearby table, a tangible link to a past filled with both shadow and profound light, a symbol of enduring protection and unwavering connection. Life had settled into a comfortable stillness, the extraordinary now a deeply personal narrative woven into the tapestry of my ordinary days. The journey into the unseen had not led to a permanent crossing of dimensional thresholds, but to a profound expansion of my understanding of existence, a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things, and the enduring power of love that transcended the boundaries of life and death, space and time. The shared horizon was no longer a visible gateway or a mental dialogue, but a deep and abiding warmth within my heart, a quiet knowing that even in the solitude of aging, the echoes of extraordinary bonds could endure, a testament to the boundless capacity of the human spirit to forge connections that span the cosmos. The comfortable quiet of my life was now infused with a deep sense of gratitude for the extraordinary journey I had undertaken and the enduring light of love that illuminated both my past and the boundless possibilities of a universe filled with wonder and connection, a lingering warmth in my heart, a constant reminder of the enduring power of bonds that span the cosmos. Story 44, The Gentle Fade. The rhythm of my days had slowed to a gentle ebb and flow, each breath a quiet acknowledgement of the life I had lived, the extraordinary journeys I had undertaken, and the enduring love that surrounded me, both in memory and in the subtle currents of the unseen. The absence of Sarah and Mrs. Albright was no longer a sharp ache, but a peaceful acceptance, a knowing that their spirits remained woven into the fabric of my being, their love a constant comfort in the quiet stillness. The deep, abiding warmth of connection with the luminous traveler had softened to a gentle, comforting presence, a final reassurance that the bond forged across dimensions remained unbroken. There were no more fleeting mental touches or echoes of alien landscapes, only a profound sense of peace, a silent understanding that transcended the need for any further communication. It was a quiet knowing that the light of connection endured, a gentle embrace across the vast cosmic expanse, a final reassurance of interconnectedness. My dreams were now soft, fading landscapes of memory, filled with the radiant smiles of Sarah and Mrs. Albright, their love a luminous presence in the dreamscape. Occasionally, a gentle, all-encompassing light would permeate the dream, a silent blessing from the luminous traveler, a cosmic farewell filled with peace and enduring affection. During my waking hours, the inner wisdom that had guided me for so long now felt like a gentle unfolding, a quiet acceptance of the cyclical nature of existence. There were no more intuitive nudges or sudden moments of clarity, only a profound sense of peace, a quiet understanding of the deeper currents that flowed through all of creation. The antique mirror, its surface now clouded with the passage of time, rested peacefully on its stand, reflecting the soft, fading light of the afternoon. It held the weight of generations and extraordinary events, a silent witness to a life lived fully, a journey that had touched both darkness and profound light. The small wooden amulet, worn smooth and cool in my frail hand, remained a comforting talisman, a tangible link to a past filled with both shadow and profound light, a symbol of enduring protection and unwavering connection. Life had reached its final, quiet stillness, the extraordinary now a cherished tapestry woven into the rich fabric of my memories. The journey into the unseen had not led to a permanent crossing of dimensional thresholds, but to a profound expansion of my understanding of existence, a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things, an enduring power of love that transcended the boundaries of life and death, space and time. The shared horizon was no longer a visible gateway or a mental dialogue, but a deep and abiding peace within my heart, a quiet knowing that even in the final stillness of life, the echoes of extraordinary bonds would endure, a testament to the boundless capacity of the human spirit to forge connections that span the cosmos. The gentle quiet of my apartment was now filled with a profound sense of gratitude for the extraordinary journey I had undertaken and the enduring light of love that illuminated both my past and the boundless possibilities of a universe filled with wonder and connection, a gentle fade into the quiet embrace of love that transcended all boundaries. Story 45, The Crossing. The final stillness had descended, a peaceful surrender to the gentle ebb and flow of existence. The breath that carried me through so many years, through extraordinary journeys and quiet moments of reflection, had finally softened into silence. The weight of earthly experience had lifted, replaced by a profound sense of release, a quiet homecoming to the vast interconnectedness of the cosmos. The deep, abiding warmth of connection with the luminous traveler had intensified in those final moments, a gentle embrace that transcended the boundaries of life and death. There were no more lingering echoes or fading glimpses, only a pure, radiant presence, a silent welcoming into a realm beyond earthly comprehension. The bond forged across dimensions had reached its ultimate culmination, a seamless merging into a light that knew no boundaries. The dreams had dissolved into a single, all-encompassing expanse of pure light, filled with the radiant presence of Sarah and Mrs. Albright, their love a beacon guiding my passage. The luminous traveler stood as a silent sentinel, its gentle light a comforting reassurance, a welcoming presence in the vast cosmic tapestry. During those final moments, the inner wisdom that had guided me for so long had blossomed into a profound understanding, a quiet acceptance of the cyclical nature of existence, the eternal dance of light and shadow, of life and rebirth. There was no fear, no resistance, only a peaceful surrender to the deeper currents that flowed through all of creation. The antique mirror, its surface now shimmering with a gentle, otherworldly luminescence, reflected not the stillness of the room, but a swirling vortex of soft, multicolored light, a gateway opening into realms beyond earthly perception. The small wooden amulet, still clasped gently in my hand, pulsed with a warm, resonant energy, a final anchor to the extraordinary journey I had undertaken, a tangible symbol of enduring protection and unwavering connection. The gentle quiet of my apartment had transformed into a space filled with a profound sense of peace, a threshold between worlds. The journey into the unseen had reached its final crossing, a peaceful transition into a realm where the boundaries of life and death dissolved into the vast interconnectedness of the cosmos, emerging into a light that knew no end. The shared horizon was no longer a distant vista or a mental dialogue, but a seamless merging into a boundless expanse of love and light, a final transcendence in the heart of interconnected existence. The quiet stillness of my earthly life had blossomed into a radiant journey beyond, the enduring light of connection, a guiding star into the infinite possibilities, a universe filled with wonder and eternal embrace. The journey into the unseen had reached its ultimate destination, a peaceful crossing into the boundless light of interconnected existence, the enduring warmth of love, a constant guide into the infinite expanse. Story 46. Echoes of light endure. The quiet stillness of the apartment held a profound sense of peace, a lingering echo of the extraordinary journey that had reached its earthly conclusion. The soft, ethereal light that had filled the room during the crossing seemed to have settled into the very fabric of the space, a gentle luminescence that hinted at the veil having thinned, or perhaps even dissolved entirely in that final moment. The absence of Alex's physical presence was palpable, yet there was no feeling of emptiness, but rather a sense of completion, a quiet understanding that a significant journey had reached its destination. The antique mirror continued to shimmer with a gentle, otherworldly light, its surface reflecting not the familiar confines of the room, but a swirling tapestry of soft, multicolored hues that seemed to shift and coalesce with an inner luminescence. It was as if the mirror, once a conduit for darkness and then a gateway to wonder, now held a permanent echo of the luminous realm, a silent testament to the enduring power of interdimensional connection. The small wooden amulet rested peacefully on the bedside table, its smooth surface radiating a faint warmth. It felt like a tangible link to the extraordinary events that had unfolded within those walls, a silent witness of the battles fought and the bonds forged. It held the echoes of protection, of guidance, and of the unwavering connection that had ultimately transcended the boundaries of life and death. In the quiet stillness, faint impressions lingered, subtle echoes of the extraordinary. A faint, melodic hum would occasionally resonate in the air, too soft to be heard but felt as a gentle vibration in the soul, a lingering trace of the luminous traveler's presence. The scent of otherworldly blossoms, a delicate fragrance unlike anything on earth, would sometimes drift through the room, a fleeting reminder of the breathtaking landscapes beyond the veil. Though Alex's physical presence was gone, the apartment felt imbued with their essence, a quiet testament to a life lived with open eyes and an open heart. The echoes of laughter shared with Sarah and Mrs. Albright seemed to linger in the sunlit corners, their wisdom a silent presence in the quiet stillness. The profound sense of peace that permeated the space spoke of a soul that had found its way to a gentle homecoming, embraced by the enduring light of love and connection. The shared horizon, though no longer a visible doorway or a mental dialogue experienced by Alex, remained a potentiality woven into the very fabric of the apartment. It was as if a thin veil still separated this space from the luminous realm, a subtle resonance that hinted at the enduring bond. Perhaps, for those sensitive enough, a flicker of otherworldly light or a whisper on the wind might still be perceived, a testament to the extraordinary journey that had unfolded within those walls. The journey into the unseen, though seemingly concluded with Alex's passing, had left an indelible mark on the space itself, a lingering warmth of connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The echoes of light endured, a quiet testament to the boundless possibilities of a universe filled with wonder and the enduring power of love that spanned the cosmos, a silent promise that even in stillness, the extraordinary could leave an enduring resonance. Story 47, an unexpected resonance. Weeks had passed since the quiet departure, and Alex's apartment had settled into the stillness of absence. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the undisturbed air, each tiny speck a silent testament to the passage of time. The antique mirror remained on its stand, its surface still holding that faint, internal shimmer, a subtle echo of the extraordinary events it had witnessed. The small wooden amulet lay on the bedside table, a silent sentinel guarding memories of connection and light. A profound sense of peace permeated the space, a comforting stillness that spoke of a journey completed and a soul at rest. Yet, beneath this tranquility, a subtle shift in the atmosphere was beginning to occur, an almost imperceptible stirring in the quiet. It was as if the lingering echoes of Alex's extraordinary experiences were starting to resonate in a new way, a faint hum beneath the surface of the silence. The faint melodic hum that had occasionally resonated in the air after Alex's crossing seemed to be growing slightly stronger, more persistent. It was still too soft to be consciously heard, but a sensitive individual entering the apartment might perceive a subtle vibration in the air, a faint tingling sensation on the skin. The otherworldly floral scent, once a fleeting memory, now seemed to linger more frequently, a delicate fragrance that hinted at landscapes beyond earthly comprehension. The antique mirror's internal shimmer appeared to be intensifying as well, its soft, multicolored hues shifting with a more noticeable fluidity. At times, fleeting images would seem to flicker across its surface, indistinct shapes and colors that hinted at the luminous realm, as if the veil was thinning once more, drawn by an unseen resonance. The small wooden amulet, lying undisturbed on the bedside table, occasionally radiated a faint warmth, a subtle pulse of energy that seemed to emanate from within its aged wood. It was as if the connection it represented, the bond forged in protection and light, was stirring once more, responding to an unseen call. The change was subtle, almost imperceptible, but was there, a faint stirring in the stillness, an unexpected resonance in the quiet. It was as if the extraordinary events that had unfolded within those walls had left an indelible imprint on the very fabric of space, and that imprint was now beginning to awaken, responding to a frequency yet unknown. The journey into the unseen, it seemed, might not have reached its final conclusion after all, but perhaps was entering a new, unforeseen phase, drawn by an unexpected resonance in the quiet stillness of an empty room. Story 48, a familiar echo. Weeks had turned into a quiet month since the apartment had fallen silent. The subtle stirring in the atmosphere had grown more insistent, a faint hum that now danced at the very edge of audibility, a high-pitched resonance that seemed to vibrate in the bones. The antique mirror's internal shimmer had intensified, its soft, multicolored hues swirling with more deliberate fluidity, and the fleeting images that flickered across its surface were becoming momentarily clearer, hinting at landscapes of impossible beauty and light. The small wooden amulet remained on the bedside table, radiating a consistent, gentle warmth. Chloe, Alex's niece, a young woman in her early 20s with a thoughtful expression and a hint of her aunt's inquisitive eyes, stepped hesitantly into the apartment. She carried a box filled with some of Alex's personal belongings, a tangible link to the aunt she had admired and loved. A wave of quiet sadness washed over her as she took in the stillness of the room, the lingering scent of lavender and old books a poignant reminder of Alex's presence. As Chloe placed the box on a nearby table, she paused, a faint tingling sensation on her skin drawing her attention. She looked around the room, a subtle unease settling over her. There was a faint hum in the air, almost like the resonance of a struck tuning fork, a high-pitched sound that seemed to vibrate just beyond her conscious perception. Her gaze fell upon the antique mirror, resting serenely on its stand. She had always been drawn to its ornate beauty, but now it seemed to possess an unusual quality. The glass held a soft, internal shimmer, a play of colors that seemed to shift and swirl within its depths. As she watched, a fleeting image flickered across its surface, a glimpse of luminous, flowing form bathed in a soft, multicolored light. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving Chloe with a sense of disorientation and a prickle of goosebumps. Unsettled, she moved towards a bedside table, her eyes falling upon the small wooden amulet. It looked old and worn, yet it seemed to radiate a faint warmth, accompanying heat that drew her hand towards it. As her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, a faint whisper echoed in the back of her mind, a high-pitched resonance that felt strangely familiar, like a half-remembered melody. Chloe frowned, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. The hum in the air, the shimmer in the mirror, the faint whisper, it all felt strangely connected, like echoes of something she couldn't quite grasp. She picked up the amulet, its warmth comforting in her hand. As her fingers closed around it, the faint whisper intensified, and a fleeting image flashed in her mind. A vast, star-filled sky and a luminous point of light moving slowly towards her. A jolt of recognition, sharp and unexpected, ran through her. It was an image from a story Alex had once told her, a strange dream about a light in the darkness. But the feeling accompanying the image was more than just a memory. It was a resonance, a faint echo of an experience that felt strangely personal. The quiet stillness of the apartment seemed to hold its breath, the familiar echoes of the past stirring with an unexpected resonance, hinting at a continuation of a journey Chloe could not yet comprehend. Story 49. The lingering resonance awakens. The warmth of the small wooden amulet in Chloe's hand resonated deep within her, stirring something long dormant, a faint echo of a connection she couldn't consciously recall. The image of the approaching light in the star-filled sky, a vivid fragment from Alex's recounted dream, lingered in her mind, accompanied by a strange sense of familiarity, a feeling that it wasn't just a story she had heard, but something more. The faint hum in the apartment had grown more pronounced, a high-pitched resonance that vibrated subtly through the floor and walls, a constant thrumming just below the threshold of conscious hearing. It created a subtle pressure in the air, a feeling of anticipation, as if the very space was holding its breath. Chloe's gaze was fixed on the antique mirror. The internal shimmer had intensified, the soft, multicolored hues swirling with a mesmerizing fluidity. The fleeting images that flickered across its surface were becoming more frequent and momentarily clearer. Glimpses of landscapes bathed in soft, ethereal light, structures that seemed to grow organically, and beings of luminous energy moving with graceful serenity. It felt like looking through a window into another reality, a world of breathtaking beauty and profound peace. As she held the amulet, the faint whisper in the back of her mind returned, stronger now, almost forming a recognizable tone, a high-pitched resonance that seemed to harmonize with the hum in the air. It carried a subtle emotional weight, a sense of gentle curiosity, and an underlying feeling of recognition. A wave of dizziness washed over Chloe, and fragmented images flashed through her mind. A swirling vortex of shadow, a brilliant beam of light piercing the darkness, a feeling of merging consciousness with something vast and ancient. These weren't memories of her own. They felt like echoes, residual imprints left on the space, now resonating with her presence and the amulet she held. Drawn by an unseen force, Chloe moved closer to the antique mirror, the amulet clutched tightly in her hand. As she stood before it, the shimmering intensified, and the fleeting images became momentarily sustained. She saw a luminous orb, pulsating with soft, multicolored light, and a sense of profound peace washed over her. Then the image shifted, and she saw a turbulent stream of cosmic energy, swirling with shadows, and felt a sudden jolt of fear and urgency. The faint whisper in her mind grew clearer, almost forming a single, drawn-out syllable, a high-pitched tone that resonated with a feeling of longing and a subtle sense of guidance. It felt like a call, a faint echo reaching out across an immense distance, and something within Chloe, something she hadn't known existed, stirred in response. The familiar echo of Alex's extraordinary journey, dormant within the fabric of the apartment and the amulet, was beginning to awaken, resonating with Chloe's presence, drawn by an unseen connection. The quiet stillness of the empty room was giving way to a burgeoning resonance, a subtle awakening of the extraordinary, hinting at a new chapter in a story that had seemed to reach its conclusion. The journey into the unseen, it appeared, was not over, but merely lying dormant, waiting for a new resonance to awaken its echoes. Story 50, The Inherited Resonance. The high-pitched hum in the apartment had solidified into a clear, almost musical tone, a constant resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very air she breathed. The antique mirror shimmered with an almost frantic energy, the soft, multicolored hues swirling rapidly, and the images that flickered across its surface were becoming increasingly vivid and sustained. Chloe now saw breathtaking vistas of crystalline cities bathed in ethereal light, juxtaposed with terrifying glimpses of a chaotic stream of cosmic energy, swirling with menacing shadows. Holding the small wooden amulet, Chloe felt a strange connection to these images, a visceral understanding of the peace and the peril they represented. The faint whisper in her mind was no longer just a tone, but carried a distinct emotional resonance. The gentle curiosity and profound peace of the luminous realm, intertwined with the fear and urgency of the turbulent pathway. It felt like two distinct voices echoing within her, a symphony of otherworldly sensations. The fragmented images that flashed through her mind intensified, becoming more coherent. She saw glimpses of a luminous orb battling shadowy entities, a beam of light piercing the darkness, and a feeling of merging consciousness with something ancient and powerful. It was as if she was experiencing echoes of Alex's extraordinary journey, not as memories, but as deeply felt sensations resonating within her own being. Drawn deeper into the mirror's allure, Chloe reached out and gently touched its cool surface. As her fingertips made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the whispers in her mind became clearer, almost forming words in a language she didn't understand yet somehow intuitively grasped. The images in the mirror intensified, and she felt a pull, a subtle invitation to step through the shimmering surface. Fear mingled with an overwhelming sense of wonder. What was happening to her? Why did she feel this strange connection to a life she had only heard stories about? Was she somehow inheriting a part of Alex's extraordinary experiences, a resonance that lingered within the apartment and the amulet? As these questions swirled in her mind, a particularly vivid image appeared in the mirror. It was a luminous orb, radiating a soft, welcoming light, and a feeling of profound peace washed over Chloe. Then, the image shifted, and she saw a familiar constellation, a celestial landmark Alex had once pointed out in the night sky, though now it was surrounded by an unfamiliar network of glowing pathways. The whisper in her mind resonated with a sense of direction, a subtle urging to seek out this constellation. A sudden understanding dawned within Chloe. The lingering resonance of Alex's journey, amplified by the amulet and the mirror, was awakening something within her own being. She wasn't just experiencing echoes. She was inheriting a connection, a sensitivity to the unseen. The luminous traveler, or whatever force lay beyond the veil, was reaching out again, drawn by a familiar resonance now stirring within a new vessel. The quiet stillness of the apartment had been shattered by a burgeoning awakening, the inherited resonance pulling Chloe toward an unknown destiny, a continuation of a journey that had seemed to reach its end. The journey into the unseen was beginning anew, the echoes of the past resonating within the present, beckoning Chloe toward a shared horizon.